My name is Felix. I'm a psychiatrist and have encountered a strange case that science cannot explain. When this happened in 2008, I'd been invited by a client to come to her home to evaluate her son's mental condition. The young man, then in his 20s, remained living in the family home, refusing to talk or visit with anyone. He was clearly suffering from severe autism. One particular thing, he loved to draw. In fact, he would often lock himself into his room for days at a time, or choose a secluded corner in the park only to draw pictures. Lately, he'd been showing signs of instability. He would look insecure, upset, sometimes even crazy, screaming that he was about to die. The mother had grown increasingly worried about her son's condition, and she reached out for my help in the hope that I would help him to recover. I asked for her permission to enter his room and to talk with him. Luckily, the door was unlocked, and I was able to get a slight peek inside. Pens and paint littered upon the floor, and the room was actually quite chaotic. Not what you'd expect from an art lover's haven. In one corner sat a skinny boy, painting with a blank look on his face, sometimes mumbling something incomprehensible. But before I could even step in, he began speaking to me, asking to know if I wanted to know my destiny or not. That was the very first time I had met such a patient. There was definitely something very mysterious about him. And as a psychiatrist, my first thought was that this person had indeed been suffering a mental problem, but I was curious about what he had to say. As I entered the room, he didn't scream or go crazy like his mother had told me. In fact, he proved to be extremely friendly towards me. He began holding and showing me his paintings, including a scene of a restaurant being burnt down, a traffic accident, and then numerous scenes of people being shot and killed, lying in pools of blood. The pictures also included numbers that he believed were the respective days that these events would occur. This strange guy also claimed that the scenes he drew were predictions that would happen in the future. Of course, like everyone else, I didn't believe what this young man was saying and thought he was merely showing signs of paranoia. I then left the unusual room to meet with his family and inform them that I would come back the next day to begin a mental treatment plan with him. However, the following day, and almost eerily, the famous restaurant that I would drive by every day suddenly caught fire as I passed by. I couldn't help but think that it looked so much like the boy's drawing. It was precisely this corner of the intersection. Everything was so detailed and accurate in the painting, but I'd not paid much attention until it actually happened. After witnessing the accident, I immediately drove on to meet the young man, but as I arrived, his house was closed. The neighbors said he'd gone crazy and had been rushed to the mental hospital by his parents. I hurriedly asked for the hospital's address and drove away. I usually turn on the radio every time I'm on the road to catch up on the news. On that day, a catastrophic series of shootings had occurred in a supermarket, killing many victims. What was even more strange was that everything went exactly as depicted in the boy's picture I had seen the previous day. Could he really be able to predict the future? As I arrived at the psychiatric hospital, he'd been tied to a bed. Although his body did not flinch, he would scream that he and his parents were about to die in an accident. A few hours later, the doctor concluded that his condition was too severe and that they had no sufficient means to calm him down. They recommended to the mother to move him to a better psychiatric hospital offering modern equipment and professional medical staff. His parents and the 2 hospital staff helped him to get into the car that would drive him to the downtown hospital. I joined them for the ride, but for some reason, he began fighting violently, refusing to board. Even on the way there, he kept screaming that the car should stop or all would die. His hysterical premonitions made me feel uneasy, and I suddenly remembered the picture of the accident I had seen the previous day. It was an image of a crashed ambulance following its collision with a container truck. But by the time I remembered, it was too late, and the accident had already occurred on the highway. Everyone in the car died, and I was the only survivor. Luckily, I was only injured, but nonetheless hospitalized, as both my legs were broken. My name is Donald. I'm the owner of a sheep farm that lies on a hill outside of town. I reside here with my wife and daughter. People think of our lives as boring, but quite to the contrary. We're very happy and content. Every day we have fresh air to breathe and take in the majestic beauty of nature and scenery surrounding us. In my opinion, what could be better than that? Our family mainly depends on this sheep farm. When the season comes, we collect the sheep's wool and bring it to town in exchange for our basic needs and necessities. Of course, I keep a bit of wool for my wife to make new clothes for our family. My wife is a wise and kind person. I love her and my child more than anything else in this whole world. But little did I know that something was waiting to happen to both my family and our sheep. Recently, for some unknown reasons, some of our sheep had gone missing. The first time we realized this, only 1 or 2 sheep went missing, so we assumed that they got lost or were eaten by predators. But the number of missing sheep increased gradually over time. Every time I lured the sheep back into the barn, I found 3 or 4 of them had disappeared. Realizing something strange might be at work here, I decided to quietly investigate what was happening to them. To my astonishment, I discovered what seemed like strange creatures sneaking into the barn, snatching our sheep one by one. Could it be wolves? Having a closer peek, I was able to make out that these creatures were moving on 2 feet, not 4, reminding me of the way that the monkeys move. I decided to secretly follow the creatures to see where they were coming from. They were carrying the sheep into the forest and then gathered around a big old nearby tree. This giant of a tree was probably the largest one in the forest. Beneath it was a small cave where the creatures would scan the area before carrying the sheep inside it. Half afraid, yet half curious, I hesitated at first to follow them. However, my curiosity eventually overcame my anxiety, and I decided to go peek inside. The hole was quite large, so I just needed to bend over slightly in order to fit. Once I passed the entrance, I saw that it opened up into quite a large cave. It smelled of dank mold, and the utter darkness frightened me beyond words. My senses were telling me to continue my detective work. If I didn't find a way to stop this, that we might lose them all. We cared for our sheep. As I continued deeper into the cave, I spotted shadows of those horrifying creatures moving about. Truly dreadful. In front of me were 2 revolting dwarf-like creatures. They were feasting on our live lambs, and they were covered in blood while gorging on the sheep and their lambs. I couldn't allow this any longer, and with a hunting rifle in my hand, I fired several shots at the creatures and killed them instantly. After making sure they were dead, I approached them. Seeing them from up close, it turned out they were a little like evil dwarfs, which was the usual center of discussion among the village elders. I always thought that these were just legends that were passed down as old folk tales. But now, I was becoming a true believer. I thought if I brought one of them to town, maybe I would be given respect of the members of the village. I gathered those 2 little devil corpses, carried them back to the farm. I was rather proud of my new hunting trophies, so I put them in a corner and went to sleep, intent on making my presentation known to the townfolk in the morning. Perhaps I could trade them in exchange for some bricks to repair the roof of my house. I didn't know that I was going to make a big mistake in my judgment. As I was resting, I woke up with fright to hear the screams of my wife and daughter. In a panic, I ran outside to the yard and saw them bound up by these small demons with their sharp claws. And then I noticed everything was covered in blood. The dead sheep were piled up, and all the vegetables for harvest were crushed and uprooted. The whole farm was being destroyed by this gang of evil little dwarfs. My child and my wife had been captured. Despite my shouting and shooting at them, those dwarves continued to run off without retaliation or reaction. They even decided to confiscate the corpses of the monsters I killed earlier. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the forest. I tried to give chase, but I couldn't keep up with them this time. And I knew if I braved that cave alone, I would be at a disadvantage because I was outnumbered by too many of them. As I contemplated my actions, I decided to return to my farm. The next morning, me and a group of professional hunters from town headed to the forest to find my wife and child. They were all positively and confidently thinking that these goblins would be an easy thing to deal with. But contrary to their judgment, something else occurred. Despite having been in that forest countless times before, they couldn't understand why it seemed so strange this time. The longer they walked, the more confused and lost they became. They lost their track, and their trail became faded. Not to mention those clever little aliens who staggered large amounts of traps laid down in the forest. The hunters decided to split into 3 groups in order to avoid them and cover more ground quickly to find those demons. One group took one track of the demons, began hearing strange noises. As they pursued, they all staggered into a deep pit rigged with sharp stakes. None of them survived. The second group, after walking for a while, found a strange creature dancing on a tall tree branch. Suddenly, a big net sprouted out from underneath them, trapping them all inside. As the hunters became trapped, dozens of those little spooks immediately rushed out with weapons, throwing sticks and firing unknown objects toward the hunters. Soon the entire area was covered in the blood of those hunters, as the second group of hunters sadly passed away, one by one. And the third group, under my guidance, arrived safe and sound at the big old tree, the home of those little demons. Before venturing into the cave, I poured gasoline all around that big old tree. But strangely, upon entering, we found the cave empty, nothing inside. I really didn't expect to be trapped by those little dwarves. As we kept searching the cave, we eventually reached what seemed to be the end, but as it turned out, we discovered another path leading to an exit. As we began our trek out, I saw my wife and daughter being tied to a tree with their mouths covered. But as we made eye contact, they moved and shook their heads as if they were trying to warn us about something. Their expressions signaled danger. I decided to make a plan. I grabbed a big bag full of chili powder and pepper spray, and I scattered it all around them as I stormed out of the cave. Just as expected, the moment we stepped out, a dozen of those evil dwarves appeared to us, but couldn't do anything, as they were bombarded with blinding pepper spray in their eyes. Meanwhile, the hunters and I took advantage of this opportunity to untie my family and make our escape. Of course, those clever little elves didn't give up that easily and chased after us. Even though they had small bodies, they were able to move surprisingly fast and just a few meters away from catching up to us. After escaping the old tree, I tossed a match to the gasoline and instantly set fire to the whole tree. Only a few of those little genius demons made it out of the cave alive and continued to chase us. While the others were engulfed by the fire, they were extremely fierce, using bow and arrows to fire at us. Unfortunately, another hunter was hurt by one of those goblins' poisoned arrows and was left behind. At this point, only 3 of us were left, my wife, my daughter, and I. We continued running tirelessly without even stopping. Soon enough, we made it to the village where the evil dwarves were nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately for us, the horror was far from over. That night, while me and my family were sleeping, our house was set ablaze. Tragically, I was the only one who survived this ordeal, carrying awful disfiguring burns for the rest of my life. Needless to say, everyone in my village believed that the fire was caused by these evil little monsters. I burned down their shelter and destroyed their families, and so their revenge was payment in favor of leaving me with nothing to the rest of my days.
Hello, I'm Alva. I am a marine biologist, and I just got transferred to the Virgin Islands Institute of Oceanographic Studies. Mattis, one of my new colleagues, was arguably the team's weirdest scientist. He was extremely clumsy, a total loner, often grumpy, and very rarely interacted with anyone. As researchers, we're used to working alone, but Mattis certainly wasn't a team player. He wouldn't tell anyone about his progress or results. I used to think he was a simple, normal guy, but I accidentally discovered his secret, and it definitely changed my mind about him. That day, the director of the Research Institute had asked me to bring a folder to Mattis's room. His room was separate from everyone else's, and very few people from the Institute had any chance to visit with him. And for this reason, most researchers would call it the mysterious chamber. When I got there, I knocked on the door several times, but nobody answered me. Since I was in a hurry, I had no other choice but to open the door with the intention of simply leaving the folder on the table and quickly going out. But the scene that awaited me behind the door instantly made me weak in the knees, and my legs began shaking uncontrollably. The atmosphere in Mattis's office was sinister and gloomy. It's true that scientists are free to decorate their room as they wish to, but the layout and decor were really bizarre. The whole room had been painted black, and the dim lighting was a dark red. After getting used to the darkness, and as I looked around, I saw that an unusual skeleton was set against the wall. Its upper body was very much like a human skeleton, but its lower body looked like a fishtail. Had it once been a living creature, or was it one of Mattis's monstrous creations? This definitely piqued my curiosity, and I decided to get closer in order to touch the fish bones of the tail. But in the obscurity, my hand mistakenly pushed a lever next to the creature, thereby opening a secret door that led to a downward tunnel, and I couldn't help but enter to see where it went. I quickly reached a research lab built at sea level. It contained a large aquarium filled with what looked like sharks, and I assumed this was where Mattis got most of his research done. The smell was strong, ammonia-like, and my eyes stung. The walls were made of transparent glass, but strangely, The water inside was pitch black. I really couldn't see much until suddenly a large fishtail slowly started undulating in front of me from behind the aquarium wall. I managed to turn on a lamp set high above my head, but as I looked again in front of me, I jerked back in horror. The tail was, in fact, a mermaid. Was I dreaming? Was it, in fact, alive and real? I put my hands in front of the mouth so as not to make a sound, but the poor creature was tied up with 2 large chains and seemed to be in so much pain. The chains seemed to be lightly electrified. By chance, I quickly identified the generator outside of the aquarium and disconnected it immediately. The mermaid then managed to free herself from the chains that were tying her hips, and she instinctively dashed towards me while growling fiercely. I was so scared by the scene I was witnessing that sweat started streaming down my temples and forehead. As I removed my glasses to wipe off the sweat, I clumsily dropped them on the floor. I got on my knees right away and started searching for them frantically until my right hand touched someone's leg. I immediately heard Mattis's voice, and as I put on my glasses, which I'd finally recovered, I looked up and saw him holding an axe about ready to cut my head off. As he was swinging at me, I dodged each hit by rolling to the side, but Mattis quickly picked up the axe again and tried cracking my skull a second time. All I could think of was that my end was near, and I was ready to die then and there. But in a stroke of genius, I suddenly remembered the sharks and the sound generator that I just developed and was keeping in my pocket. I hurriedly shoved my hands in my lab coat, took out the sonic device, and turned the ring to the maximum level. A few seconds later, the sharks went absolutely insane. They began punching their heads violently into the glass walls and managed to break the aquarium open. As they slid out of the water onto the lab floor, a first whale tore off Mattis's left arm, followed by a second shark that bit off a large chunk of his torso. Blood was gushing out of his arteries and started painting the floor red, but water was oozing out of all sides too. In less than a couple minutes, the lab had become an aquarium, and I was getting weaker and weaker, fighting the rising waters. I struggled looking for a way out and felt that I was about to drown when a mermaid suddenly appeared before my eyes and dragged me away. Lucky guy, huh? When I woke up, I found myself safely lying on a hospital bed, convinced that the mermaid had saved me. I sincerely hope she returned peacefully and freely where she belongs, in the wild blue ocean. I told this story to my friends and was met with a lot of skepticism. They believe that I was probably saved by dolphins and that I mistook them for the mermaid. Anyway, regardless of what happened, I'm still haunted by this story, and I still work at the Institute, and I'm passionate about what I do. But I'll never look at the ocean the same way again. And I'll always be reminded of that mermaid every time I eat a meal of fish sticks. Brown had just finished reading a book about a powerful witch at Red's home. And Brown was extremely excited as he read about the magic she possessed together with the poisonous potions that she crafted. Then suddenly, Red remembered a story told by his mom about a woman who lived in a forest far to the west of town. Red became frightened as he recalled his mother's words saying that she looked a lot like a witch and she loved to turn spoiled little children into rats and put them in a little cage in and around her house. Brown said that she was just a crazy beggar and that he'd seen her before begging for money in the park. Pink stood by with an expression of awe as she was listening to her friends talking about the old lady. To her, that old lady was just an eccentric old woman who rarely speaks with anyone. Then, as if Pink just thought of an idea, she excitedly jumped up and suggested that 3 of them should go to the old woman's house to find out what was really going on and get to the bottom of this mystery. At first, they were a little bit scared and worried, wondering if they should go to the house or not. But everyone was curious, and they all agreed to go there together. The 3 friends nervously followed the path into the forest, which led to the woman's house. The closer they walked to it, the more visible it became. From the outside, the house didn't look much like the one in the book that Brown had read before. The house was mostly made of ebony. It looked quite small. On the outside, it was gloomy and silent. But inside, you could see many candles lit, and the flickering of lights were shining through the windows onto the white snow. Red carefully sneaked to the side of the house. He saw a window in the back and then made plans for Brown and Pink to join him. Because the windows were so high, Red motioned to Brown to get down on all 4s to lift him up first. Both Pink and Brown were curious to know what that old woman was doing inside. As Brown lifted him up, Red looked inside the house and saw a rather small but old woman with a plump body sitting in a chair with her back turned towards him. Red could hear the old woman chewing. It looked like she was eating something. Since Red could only see her from behind, he couldn't tell what she looked like and what she was actually doing. Suddenly, a mosquito came to sit on Brown's nose as he was helping lift Red up. He couldn't kill it. It flew up his nose, and it made him sneeze loudly. Red's loud sneeze broke the silence. The old woman suddenly got up and turned toward the window. Now, Red was speechless, overwhelmed with fear. At that moment, the image of the old woman was clearly visible. She was halfway undressed, revealing her large belly. Right inside her abdominal cavity lurked an unusual, monstrous, human-like head. This creepy old lady was feeding rats to that whatever kind of creepy creature was growing out of her stomach, and it had sharp teeth and a creepy long tongue fluttering in front of her stomach. As he looked closely at her stomach, he quickly realized it was a wicked, demonic face. It looked like a parasitic demon living on the woman's stomach. Oh, it was sinking its teeth into the rats, swallowing them as the crimson blood spilled all over the floor, creating a disgusting sight. Red gagged, trying to hold back the nausea, but then fell backwards into Brown and Pink's confusing faces. Red screamed out that she was a witch and ran like crazy, as Brown and Pink had no idea what was going on. They just confusingly looked at each other. However, just about the time when Brown was taking Pink's hand to run away. He saw Pink looking terrified, realizing that the old woman stood by the window looking straight at Pink. By now, the two of them were so petrified that they couldn't run at all. They were frozen with fear. From her abdomen, a monster with a wide mouth jumped out, rushing towards Pink, swallowing her whole body in the blink of an eye. Brown screamed in horror and ran away. He ran all the way to the main street and then passed out. Later, he was found by a passerby and taken to the hospital. But the horror story didn't stop there. According to his description, the sheriff went to find the old woman's house, but there was no trace of her existence. Red and Pink were reported missing, and the people in town assumed that the three kids had gone into the forest and went missing. Later, the police found some pieces of Pink's clothing. They assumed that both Pink and Red quite possibly were eaten by wild animals. To get more ideas about my horror novel about witchcraft from this story, which was also previously told by a priest, I decided to meet Mr. Brown at a small monastery. Aside from this crazy story, Mr. Brown also told me about a thrilling detail. The monster that was raised in front of the old woman's belly was actually her son. Not only that, when I asked about the address of that house in the woods, Mr. Brown enthusiastically showed me, but just as I was about to leave, he warned me that if I intended to ever go there, I had to be careful for my life because there were traps set everywhere. I began to think, I guess dating isn't like it used to be. Be careful of those one-night stands and choose your mate carefully. Don't go there on an empty stomach. You may be tempted to eat what they're eating.
Or maybe I should say, you are what you eat.
Or
Who you eat.
My name is Bonnie. I'm currently working as a biological researcher, and I've been in charge of a project examining bats for almost 2 years now. I was assigned to work at Raymond's Research Institute. Raymond was a great scientist who was also a master of genetic mutation. However, some of his research had not been accepted because it was immoral and too bizarre. I recently discovered a big secret about him that almost put my life in danger. At the time, I was helping Raymond on a project, learning about the traits of a South American blood-sucking bat, whose eyes were damaged as he fell off a cliff near the cave where it was living. At one time, Raymond joked about whether there were any ways to create vampires from these blood-sucking bats. I was shocked by it. Raymond claimed that there had already been a lot of evidence about these types of bats sucking blood from many animals, and some of them turned more agile. Their strength and longevity were significantly increased. It amazes me to think where Raymond got this idea. A mutant bat that he had bought from the black market. The size of the bat was close to that of a man. He locked it inside a dark room and fed it rabbits, goats, even cows every day. Raymond began to study these bat genes. He wanted to combine them with human ones. Raymond said that if he could create a serum that allowed people to become stronger and live longer, then it might be worth a try. When I heard his idea, I thought to myself, it does sound interesting, but I had a bad feeling about him. Was Raymond's project really intended to be what he said it was? But the fact that he'd been raising a giant bat and feeding it daily was becoming more and more frightening. After some time, Raymond called me one day to come to his lab. He told me he'd successfully created a capsule that could cure cancer from the mutant bat. Needless to say, I was extremely curious and immediately went to the lab. When I arrived at Raymond's room, the door was unlocked. I pushed it open and went inside, but Raymond only stood there and smiled. He said that the drug was successfully tested on guinea pigs, and he was going to test it on himself. He wanted me to witness this wonderful moment with him. He told me that the drug would heal his damaged eye, as well as extending his life expectancy. Raymond laughed horrifically, then put the capsule in his mouth. A few seconds later, his face changed color. He collapsed and screamed in pain. I panicked when I saw what was happening to him. Raymond suddenly became insane. He rushed over to the bags of blood, which were already prepared, and drank them, his face looking terrified, like a monster. He looked in my eyes with a desperate gaze, and in a fraction of a second, he rushed me, grabbed my neck, pinning me to the floor. I tried pushing him away, but he was extremely strong. He tried to bite my neck. He had turned into a crazy madman. At that moment, I saw a syringe right next to me. I reached for it and stabbed it into his neck. He jerked back, screaming fiercely. I suddenly realized that the syringe that I had just stabbed into his neck was the drug he was working on. On the tube, these words were written: Experiment Trial 85, fail. It fell on the ground when Raymond accidentally dropped the box. My mind was becoming dizzy, and I couldn't figure out why I had this feeling. But as I looked back, another syringe was being stabbed into my thigh. I pulled it out and just held it in my hand, seeing the line saying, Experiment 101 failed. My whole body started to ache badly. Then I heard the call of a security guard. After, I fell asleep, knowing nothing. After being in a coma for 3 days, I woke up and saw the police. They were next to me at my side, asking me if I felt good enough to answer some questions related to Dr. Raymond. They told me that Raymond was on the list of suspects that caused many deaths in the city in the past few days. The victims' blood was all sucked from their body as they died. Raymond's fingerprints were left on the victim's neck at the scene of the crime. I was so horrified. Did Raymond succeed with his experiments? Or did he lie about working on an anti-cancer drug, but secretly created one to help him to become a vampire? Here's a story that took place about 2 years ago, when I was a famous plastic surgeon at a prestigious hospital in Gangnam. I myself didn't pay much attention to my reputation, as I was more into caring about the artificial beauty that I could bring to my customers.
Never had I thought of myself to be able to perform plastic surgery on a dead person until I encountered this monstrous situation. That day, the director of orthopedic surgery asked me to replace him on one of his night shifts, as he had to settle some family affairs. Having worked all day, I was no longer in the mood to be on duty that night. My head was dizzy, I was tired and stressed, but I just felt compelled and obligated to help him out. It was now around midnight, and I was exhausted. I tried to get back to my room to take a short rest after a long day of surgery. I slowly took off my shirt, yawning and sighing, sleepy, when I suddenly heard an echoing sound, loud, and then it went completely quiet. I thought that maybe it was because I was too tired, that I began to imagine things, or just simply misheard it. As I was about to go to bed, I heard that sound again. I curiously went to the door to see what it was. There was not a single person in sight. The whole corridor was mostly dim, as the light was only shining in a small place. I began feeling worried, as the dark, cold air made me feel like I was in a morgue. Suddenly, I saw a glimpse of a figure standing at the end of the hallway. She stood there for a while without moving, and the clothes she wore looked like a patient's, so I kept wondering what she was doing there. I heard her call out my name. "Doctor, hey, Jen, please follow me." I looked at her confusingly, not understanding what to do or say. This was awkward, and suddenly an invisible hand pulled me towards her. I was so filled with horror that I was completely paralyzed and couldn't even scream out. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control my actions. I finally stopped in front of the computer engineering room, and when I entered, the door unexpectedly slammed shut and startled me. There was that woman still standing in front of me, not saying a word. A stream of consciousness began filling my mind, making me tremble and break into a cold sweat. My legs were no longer able to stand on their own. I had to lean against a nearby chair or wall. And the scene that followed after that proved that my thinking was absolutely correct. She suddenly burst into tears. Her cry resounded frighteningly, giving me goosebumps all over. And then she stared at me. My face was completely pale, as there was no blood left in it. My limbs were exhausted, and I couldn't feel any life in them. Even though I tried to scream, I could not make a single sound. All of a sudden, the computer screen automatically turned on, continuously changing page to page, as if it was being controlled by some spirit that I couldn't see. But then it stopped. A list of hospital clients appeared on the screen, with a line of text colored in red. It was the name of a client that I had performed plastic surgery on about 2 months ago. I've never seen her again. I glanced fearfully at the female ghost, and then she suddenly lifted her hair and looked at me as if she were pleading for help. Seeing her crushed, bloody face, eyes popping out, made me so scared, terrified, that I didn't even dare to look at her any longer. Maybe she was going to turn me into some statue or something. She suddenly whispered, Please help me to have a beautiful face. This didn't make any sense. She was a ghost. After a while, I understood what she wanted. Although I didn't want to, I reluctantly accepted her offer to help. The next day, I returned home and went to the morgue she had told me about before. It was explained to me by the morgue manager that she had died 2 days ago.
due to a serious traffic accident. Her entire face was completely deformed, and she could not be identified. Thinking only of her wishes, I agreed to do that. But I was really afraid. After completing the procedure, I quickly took her body to the hospital, faced with a corpse that was both terrifyingly disgusting and filled with stench. Deeply worried me. I also had to deal with the after effects from the hospital. I knew they were going to put an enormous amount of pressure on me. Maybe I wasn't fit in their eyes to continue working. Anyway, I was very worried. But thanks to my determination, my skills and experience made for a successful surgery and the most beautiful corpse I'd ever seen. I began to patch up the crushed flesh on her face, adding some silicone, injecting some filler, and eventually getting her face looking as natural and harmonious as possible. Though it looked a bit scary, I subtly used makeup to conceal her flaws. Looking at the finished production, or looking at the finished product in front of me, I shivered in fear again. But I was also happy to have been able to fulfill a dying girl's wish. In my opinion, every woman, alive or dead, wants to be beautiful. I just hope I never run into another ghost again.
Hello, my name's Alan. I recently graduated from college and currently work for a real estate company. I have a close friend whose name is Dana, who used to be a colleague, albeit as a receptionist. But she left the company a few months ago, and I haven't seen her much ever since. Dana has changed jobs quite often throughout her career. It seems she can't stick to the same job or company for very long. In fact, her record is of 3 months. And her latest venture was to become a full-time food YouTuber. Now, competition is extremely fierce in that field, and it certainly requires hard work, dedication, and stamina. After all, anyone can record food videos and upload them on YouTube. But in order to go viral quickly and be truly buzzworthy, one must offer videos featuring compelling and unique content. Fully aware of the likes and wants of the online community, Dana decided on a highly daring strategy to attract the attention of viewers. Quite a few detractors deemed Dana's channel to be too disturbing and revolting, but she insisted on eating what are considered to be horrific foods. These included snakes, giant centipedes, live eels, pig brains, fertilized duck eggs, various insects, and any unorthodox suggestion made by the audience in the comment threads. Dana's videos immediately attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, while subscriptions to her channel skyrocketed. Dana became famous almost overnight. People everywhere presented her as the latest YouTube phenomenon, and quite a few television channels even featured her in their headlines. Fully committed to her new job and passion, Dana entirely separated herself from the outside world, including her friends and family. As such, I didn't see her very often anymore. All I can remember is the last time we met. She looked really distraught and drained. This had me worried. So after that last encounter, I suggested quite a few times that we go out for dinner. But each time, she turned me down or canceled at the last minute. In the end, the only way I could see Dana was on the live stream. One day, as usual, my phone received the notification for her latest video.
After clicking on the link, I saw my friend showing and playing with live octopuses. They were resting on a plate next to a cup of hot mustard, so I figured that Dana might eat these sea creatures alive. After sitting methodically in front of the camera, Dana greeted her audience as usual and proceeded to start her meal. She looked even worse than when I'd seen her the previous month, but after all, I was probably the only one who cared. Everybody else was enjoying the show and excited about the extreme upcoming meal. Dana didn't even cut the poor creature she picked. She just picked it up, put it in her mouth, wide open, as if to say, "Ready and welcome to the whole octopus." Boy, was it alive and kicking. Its tentacles started sticking out from her mouth and clung tightly to her pale face. I couldn't help but wonder how Dana would remove them all in order to swallow the animal whole all at once. Everybody knows the dangers of the tentacles getting stuck in the nasopharynx, and anyone in that situation would look and feel extremely terrified. Everybody knows the dangers of the tentacles getting stuck in the nasopharynx, and anyone in that situation would look and feel extremely terrified. But after eating the second octopus, Dana's expression started changing. Something was wrong, and it looked like she was choking. She tried swallowing really hard, shook her head, turned her neck, but it was obvious that the situation was becoming more and more critical. At some point, she gripped her own neck tightly with her two hands and fell to the ground. Comments from the thread confirmed that certain viewers had also realized that she was choking, and many of them expressed their care and concern, but there were still quite a few trolls and evil comments. Fearing the worst, I contacted Dana's relatives, called an ambulance, and immediately rushed to my best friend's house. I knocked on her door like a mad woman. I ran to the living room where she shot her videos and found Dana slumped over on her chair, unconscious, while the camera was still filming the horrific scene. And there were still hundreds of thousands of viewers who didn't lift a finger while she was choking. Some were simply too shocked and horrified to react, but others would still make idiotic comments or even say that she was paying the price for selling her soul and her palate for easy money. Karma, in other words. Even more horrifying was the scene that the medical staff and I faced when we broke into the house. The living room was filled with rubbish and bugs, food boxes, and containers scattered on the floor and on the counter surfaces. It seems that she simply never threw anything away, and the stench came from the massive quantities of rotting matters. Everywhere you looked, you would see spoiled milk and eggs, moldy baked goods, and fermenting unknown foods. Cockroaches, flies, maggots, mice, ants, you name it. All these creatures were fully at home and thriving in this otherwise nightmarish playground. Basically, Dana merely cleaned up a tiny little area for her video shoots. The ER team immediately took Dana under their care, but unfortunately it was too late. She had suffered from severe respiratory failure and was now in a persistent vegetative state. Her family hasn't pulled the plug on her yet, and I pray every day that she gets better, but I fear that she'll never recover from this dreadful episode. This YouTube thing seemed easy at first, but it put too much pressure on this young woman. Always afraid of the public opinion and imposing revolting meals on herself on a daily basis, she was constantly criticized, and she had totally alienated her family, and she really had no one. In the end, she can only blame herself But how sad and pathetic it is. Oh well, food for thought, I guess. And I think her last meal sucked.
Last summer, due to my father's bad health, I had to give up my summer plans in order to return to my hometown to help out on the family farm. It was the harvest season. Farm work never stops for vacation. It's a 7-day-a-week job, 365 days a year from sunup to sundown. Next to our family farm was another larger farm owned by Mr. Donald. He's a very kind man, but his son Dennis had been in and out of jail many times, charged with robbery, drugs, you name it, he's probably involved. When I got home, I found out that Dennis had been released from prison recently. Upon hearing about this, many local people were surprised and uncomfortable, wondering what to expect. Mr. Donald's wife just passed away last year, but he soon found comfort in the company of his newfound canine companion, Friss, a bulldog with short hair, very alert, very smart, and extremely loyal. He and his new companion bonded quickly. They both brought so much comfort and happiness to each other's daily lives. However, Dennis didn't like dogs at all, and he especially developed a hatred toward Friss, and I think Friss felt the same way about him. Whenever he laid his eyes on Friss, he would immediately run after him, and upon capture, Dennis would violently beat him. It's no wonder why, every time Dennis saw Friss, the dog would run away to a secure hiding place, trying to avoid another beating. That poor innocent dog never dared to show himself when that bully Dennis was anywhere nearby. After getting out of prison, Dennis, unfazed by prison life, continued his old, evil, violent ways, plunging himself right back into the same addictive lifestyle, gambling, drugs, burglary, refusing to get a job. He was constantly asking Mr. Donald for money. But when things didn't go his way, he'd just steal whatever money he wanted from his father. Mr. Donald grew very upset and extremely unhappy. Dennis and his father quarreled all the time. Mr. Donald was about to face yet another tragic event. A gang of violent thieves showed up at Mr. Donald's home on the farm, their faces covered with a black veil that only revealed their eyes. They forced their way inside, carrying many weapons including knives and guns. Friss, his loyal companion, began to bark loudly and viciously from the ground floor, waking Mr. Donald from his bedroom upstairs. Mr. Donald reached for his robe, went downstairs to check what was going on. But when he saw the scene unfolding in front of him, it just left him terrified and speechless. Fearing that these thugs might have been exposed, the robbers surrounded Mr. Donald in the middle of the house with pointed guns aimed at him. Suddenly, out of desperation, he attacked one of those thieving creeps that was standing in front of him. But the rage that overcame those punks took a violent turn as one of them put a bullet in his back. He instantly went into shock, falling to the floor from the intense pain. But before he closed his eyes, he witnessed yet another dark ritual about to take place. His poor dog Friss, seeing his master being beaten and shot, bravely rushed into action, fiercely attacking and biting one of them, and taking a big chunk of flesh out of that bandit's legs, ripping it with such aggressive force that it tore a hole in his trousers. The bandit who was bitten clutched his leg in pain, his evil eyes filled with rage and cruelty, clenching his teeth. He pointed his gun at Friss and fired multiple times at him. Friss curled his painful body into a fetal position on the floor. He took one last breath and stopped breathing. Suddenly, he heard an amusing laughter in the distance, sounding familiar to him. Mr. Donald tried to raise his eyes one last time to look at the man who shot his dog, knowing who that person was that committed these inhuman acts. Taking one last breath, he then slipped into death, falling into an abyss of darkness as everything went pitch black. A week later, while watching a movie, Dennis suddenly heard a growl outside his door. He angrily looked around to see if there was another dog running into the house. Being traumatized, he held the gun in his hand with the intention of shooting to death whatever creature was lurking in the darkness. But when he opened the door, searching for vengeance, a dog-like figure with bloodshot eyes and drooling foam about the mouth, it was growling at Dennis when suddenly it lunged at him, causing him to fall backwards. That devil ghost dog began violently sinking his fang-like teeth deep into the flesh surrounding Dennis's neck, slurping his blood before slowly vanishing. Gradually, Dennis was becoming more and more mentally unstable, always tense in a state of unease, thinking that Friss had returned from the grave to exact his revenge. More frightening, the people in town often found Dennis crawling on all fours, his eyes glowing with a deep crimson red, making strange vocalizations, snarling, growling, and foaming at the mouth. You could see the foam dripping from him like a rabid hound dog, like the beast that was now in possession of his soul. As the days passed, he was behaving like someone who had totally lost his mind and all his humanity, fading in and out of consciousness, crawling through the streets, digging through trash cans for food. Soon after, a stranger appeared in town. He was an evil soul, just like Dennis. He hated almost all animals, especially dogs. He loved to torture them and beat them to death. When he saw Dennis, who had now morphed into some kind of unknown creature. Ironically, that same man set a trap and baited it with food, hoping to catch the creature that was once Dennis. After his trophy catch, he responded with the same kind of brutality that once dominated Dennis, inflicting the same kind of lust for torture. After taking the life of that creature, Dennis, the man was never seen again. Rumors about him kept spreading, all claiming that Dennis was bitten by some satanic creature that resembled an unusual dog-like beast that had returned from the bowels of the deep, dark underworld of hell to avenge his evil ways. Many people believe that his death was the price he had to pay for the sins that he'd committed to all the animals and people who once loved him. A few days after the incident happened, the police found out the truth. No one could have imagined that Donald's only son Dennis was the mastermind behind the robberies that cruelly killed his beloved dog, Friss. I've been witness to what happens to people who commit such evil deeds. Dennis had opened a door, inviting the dark souls to enter from the world below. Dennis had passed through a dark place where he unknowingly became infested by the dark souls of demonic possession. Are you ready to get scared?
I shouldn't even be alive because I was in such a horrible accident. This is a story that I've encountered, and up to this day, I cannot forget this scary event. Well, at the time this happened, it was in the fall. I had a long day at school. Outside the school gate, it was still crowded with cars and people. Large trucks just rolled by as normal. And one truck was carrying wild animals to the zoo and accidentally caused a terrible accident. The truck's rear tire suddenly exploded, creating a loud noise that shook everything that surrounded it. The truck lost control and crashed straight into the school gate and flipped. If things just ended there, I guess there wouldn't be much worth mentioning. Since the truck door at the end of the truck was heavily hit, it accidentally swung open, and 2 ferocious lions from South Africa disappeared into the bushes without a trace. When the transport officer found out about their disappearance, it was already too late. They fled into the gates of my school. At that time, I was in my biology class. As soon as I was called by the teacher to answer the question, the fire alarm started ringing loudly. It startled everyone. A fire broke out on the first floor. Because of the many chemical laboratories nearby, it easily caught fire and burned ferociously. Fire and smoke covered the entire first floor, as well as the emergency staircase. All of the students in our class were studying on the second floor, so we couldn't escape in time. Professor Charlie tried to lead us to another way out, but we failed. Because the space of my school was extremely enclosed, and it was surrounded with so many glass windows, the smoke coming from the first floor rising into our classrooms on the second floor. The fire was picking up speed and terribly hard for us to breathe. We were all scared, screaming and not knowing what to do. The professor quickly divided our class into 3 small groups and assigned me to manage a group of 8 people. It was my responsibility to find the best and safest escape routes. As we tried to run to the foot of the stairs, we immediately ran into a large lion. It was a male lion, and its teeth were sharp and big. When we saw it, we all began panicking and screaming loudly, looking for a way to escape. So we used books, bags to throw at the lion, some decoy, but the lion kept advancing. I know the lion seemed to be injured, so it couldn't move as fast. We tried our best to get out of there. Unfortunately, it was only our classroom that was left open, and because on that day, it was only my class that had a lecture with Professor Charlie, so we had no other option but to get back inside our own classroom. As you might guess at that moment, and if you could only see what we were facing, this was a difficult situation. We had to find a way to fight off that lion while trying to escape these flames from the fire on the first floor. The 8 of us desperately tried to get back into our classroom. We were all so afraid, none of us dared to look behind us until we heard a girl scream. It was Lena. A gory-filled scene appeared right in front of my eyes. The lion fiercely pounced on her. It roared savagely, scratched and knocked her to the ground, making Lena lose consciousness. We were all horrified to realize that we couldn't save her anymore. So we ran straight into the classroom. I panicked, looked around for items to fight off that lion. This was a killer lion. And seeing the ventilation duct on the ceiling, I immediately told my friends to get in there to hide. Others got into large drawers at the end of the classroom. We quickly tried to find a place that we could hide from the beast. At that moment, I was the only one not looking for another place to hide, because there was no time for me to do it. My duty now was to protect, so I couldn't run away. The lion would definitely not leave them alone, and I had to do something. And then I could see the lion's figure appear in the front of the room. He sniffed around frantically, and he moved really fast. The lion then slowly approached me with a loud growl and a terrifying echo. I went into a corner of the room. I raised the fire extinguisher to fight that lion. It didn't hesitate to rush toward me. It hit that lion right smack in the middle of his face, and then it fell to its side. But afterwards, it didn't do much harm. The lion just got back up, regained his balance, and continued roaring angrily at me. This time, its claws and teeth were revealed as it wanted to attack and bite off my head. I continued to hold the fire extinguisher, bent over, and dodged its swing. And this time, the lion failed to attack me, but he ran into a table instead. Again, the lion didn't give up. He came right back at me, turned his head, and raised its claws to scratch me. Since the lion moved so fast, I couldn't dodge it. Again, he attacked me, clawing me and biting me. I was bleeding all over. I held on to that fire extinguisher tightly as I could, while my arm continued bleeding and blood running out of my body. All my friends were hiding safely. Perhaps they were amused at watching me fight the lion. I understand that they were all terrified. I was bleeding like crazy. I felt dizzy, exhausted, and unable to stand any longer. When the lion was about to rush toward me again, it felt like I was about to die. My life flashed before my eyes, and suddenly I understood the reason my friends were watching is because they were terrified. The lion just kept prowling around, and another person threw a chair at it. But it was not just one person. It was my 3 friends. I must say, they were brave warriors, willing to give up their hiding places for me, and even put their life in danger. The lion ignored me. It slowly turned its anger on the 3 of them, and at that moment, the 3 of them divided into separate positions, in turn throwing any object they could find at the lion. The lion seemed to be in pain. It took a few steps back and gasped for breath. Meanwhile, we were trying to think of ways to fight it off. We immediately took action without making any mistakes. When the lion came rushing at Emma and about to attack her, I immediately used the fire extinguisher to spray it off, which made the lion lose its eyesight for a while. It staggered around and roared. Its body was covered with white foam. It was impossible for the lion to see things clearly, and with no time left, the fire began spreading to the 2nd floor, and many more classrooms were on fire. The only fire extinguisher we had was damaged. So Rose quickly ran around looking for another. This was a moment between life and death. How could we put this fire, this blazing fire, out with no fire extinguisher? It was time to figure out how we could survive now, and we had to make good use of every gesture and every thought. Faced with such a critical situation, Dan came up with the idea of closing our room. All of us would stay inside. Pinky hurriedly opened all the classroom windows, and I hurried to use the phone to call the firefighters to rescue us through these windows. We were completely surrounded by flames, and they were quickly reaching our classroom. Smoke and ash rose up in the room. We were so exhausted, it was difficult to breathe. I was beginning to wonder if we were ever going to make it out of here. We felt certain we were going to die. I rushed to the window and looked around. Luckily, the members of a fire brigade and the teachers had arrived and prepared the mattresses, shouting at us to jump down quickly. Without hesitation, I told my friends to climb out of the window, and I helped them to jump down one by one until they all landed safely. I tried to observe the surrounding, but I couldn't see the lion anywhere. So I immediately thought of Lena. I had to save her. I ran out of the room and cautiously walked towards Lena. She was still unconscious as her head had hit the floor and her hand was still bleeding heavily from the lion's bite. I struggled to get Lena back to the room and headed toward the window. As I looked back, I saw the lion getting exhausted and out of breath, laying at the end of the hallway. After the rescuers had helped Lena to land safely, I quickly jumped out. The whole school was blocked from all areas. According to the reports, there was still another female lion in the school. After the investigation, it was discovered that the fire was caused by a lion biting off the electrical wires, causing the sparks to spread to other classrooms, especially in the laboratory. That was the female lion, and it died from the shock when it bit the transmission line. After that unfortunate incident, we understood that lions were not the ones to blame. It was the people who had invaded their natural habitat and forced them to enter into a zoo. The most feared ones of all are not the predatory beasts, but look around. We are the biggest enemy. Have you ever heard of the custom of organizing ghost weddings for the dead? I am Boron, a researcher living in America. In 1990, I took a trip to a remote rural area in China to do scientific research on the spiritual culture and beliefs of the ethnic minorities there. That place was a small village in Shaanxi Province, China. To facilitate my travel, I hired Apeng, an experienced local guide who was there to assist me along the journey. To enter this village, we had to go through places with rugged terrain where vehicles could go no further. We had to walk the rest of the way, about 3 kilometers of forest roads. As we arrived at the village, it was already late afternoon. Apeng took me to a strange home where I would stay in the village. After the introductions, Apeng had to return back to his hometown. Upon arrival, I saw houses that were built of stone, wooden pillars, and thatched roofs. Inside the house, the gray, moldy walls were overgrown with moss and lichens. There was absolutely no electric light, only the glow of a kerosene lamp. There was an old couple there to welcome me. They were very kind and cooked a lot of delicious local specialties for me.
That night, I woke up at 2 a.m. to go to the toilet. With only the glimmering light of the dimly lit kerosene lamp to guide me through this cold, dark, scary place, I sensed that something was about to happen. That feeling grew even more intense when I began my journey outside to the toilet, about 50 meters away from the house. To make it easier, I opened my backpack and took out the torch that I had brought with me. It was super dark outside, surrounded by the sound of insects. After walking for a while, I must have been caught by some kind of a noose or snare around my feet. I was suddenly hanging upside down from a tree by a rope bound around my ankles and feet. Looking down, I saw a strange couple standing on the ground, looking up at me with their cold, sharp eyes. They were talking to each other in a strange language that was unfamiliar to me. I couldn't hear them clearly. Next, I saw the old lady walking toward the rope that I was hanging from in the tree. She pulled out a knife and severed the rope. After falling to the ground, the only thing I could remember was that I was very dizzy. But before I was able to collect my senses, the old man suddenly rushed over to me, striking me on the head with some object like a heavy stick. The next time I woke up, my surroundings were dark. There was a strong smell of tar, wood, and tea. I panicked when I realized I was lying in a wooden coffin. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my throat, as if I had been paralyzed by the shock of what was happening. I tried to open the coffin by hitting it with all my strength, but my limbs were weak and stiff with the heaviness caused by the trauma. Lying inside the coffin, I heard people outside. They were talking and chattering. They seemed to be busy organizing something. However, due to my limited understanding of my Chinese knowledge, I was not able to understand what they were saying. A moment later, the coffin lid was opened, and two muscular young men pulled me up. Under the weak yellow light, I could see the house and the coffin itself from where I was lying. I saw strange decorations made of red silk ribbons. They were hanging everywhere, forming large bunches of flowers. I was being dragged in front of this couple. It was so surprising to see that behind the couple's seat was an altar with incense, lamps, and fruit. In the middle of the back wall was the word Shunxi, which meant double happiness. I was startled to see myself wearing a Chinese groom's costume. Looking up, my heart felt a strange sense, as if someone had been suffocated. I saw a girl in a bride's dress, with a red scarf covering her face, situated next to the old couple. The girl's hands were loose. Her head was tilted to the side. Behind her were wooden splints, holding her body up. It appeared as if she was still alive, seated in an upright position. It was then that I realized she must be dead, more terrified. The corpse and I were pulled out in front of the old couple. A big fat matchmaker was continuously saying something I couldn't understand. Then she held my head down to perform the ritual. If I was not mistaken, this was a Chinese wedding ceremony. The people there were surrounding me, all of them with the same cold, scary faces. At that time, I could do nothing but follow. Perhaps they had given me some kind of drug mixed in with my drink, which caused me to completely lose all my strength. After that, the corpse and I were taken back to the coffin. It was a large coffin, big enough for 2 people. And then, the coffin lid was slowly closed, followed by the sound of nails being hammered into the coffin lid. In an effort to securely close the coffin, these people seemed inhumane and cold. As the smell of the rotting corpse was rising, I felt stuffy and began to feel a cold sweat breaking out. Then, even more terrifying, the headscarf slipped and revealed the pale face of the girl's corpse. Apparently, the corpse opened its eyes and glared at me. Oh my God, my heart froze. I could see that there was still blood remaining in the eyes of that corpse. I tried to make my body flutter with the intention of escaping, but my whole body went limp and soft, without any strength. Meanwhile, the coffin was being lifted and carried to a place, then lowered into a deep pit. I heard the frightening noise of the shovels, as I could clearly feel the shoveling of dirt on my head. I was about to be buried alive, here alongside the corpse of the dead girl. I was traumatized by all these terrible things that were happening to me. But then, at that very moment, I heard the screams of a group of people, and I realized that one of them was Apeng's voice. In that moment of suspense, I saw the coffin lid open. It was Apeng and 2 other local police officers. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to free me. Apeng said that because he forgot his belongings, he came back to retrieve them. When he found out about this scary incident, he ran down to the town and reported it to the local police. But it took a while for them to arrive because it was difficult to navigate through the rough terrain. But thankfully, they made it just in time. After returning to the United States, I began to learn about the ancient Chinese ghost wedding customs. The event was so extremely frightening for me. The custom of this Chinese marriage ritual is still practiced in the same way, and customs of this dark ritual, even up to this very day. Akina was a young girl who'd grown up in rural Japan, and she'd just met Paul, a final year architectural student. With the summer vacation coming up, she invited Paul to Japan to visit her native country with her. Following a long flight to Japan, they took a bus to her hometown, about 10 kilometers east of Osaka. On the way, Paul kept questioning Akina about her village, their local traditions, and history. His excited questions were as long as her answers were short. Traditionally, their cultures were as different as night and day. Paul was very outgoing, chatty, and curious, while Akina's eyes remained fixed, peering at the countryside and calmly listening to Paul. After the bus suddenly stopped on the side of a country road, Akina told Paul to politely get their bags from the bus. She talked about her village and how their traditions required that no motor vehicles were permitted beyond where they'd stop. Now they would complete the rest of the journey by foot, only minutes away, through a beautiful forest. Akina explained more about their traditions as they happily approached the ancient village where she'd grown up. In the distance, Paul was able to make out a village of very old, tiny homes built side by side. He could now recognize the feudal Japanese architecture from the Edo and Azuchi-Moyama periods. Paul had grown even more excited as Akina talked about how the newest of the homes were built in the 1860s, but the majority were far more ancient, built from stone and wood, with moss and algae covering the outside walls. The village wasn't very large. It was surrounded by thick woods, and it appeared as a completely different world. During the bus ride, Akina had introduced her village as a traditional village specialized in paper making and silk weaving.
Paul had listened, filled with admiration, and he felt extremely thankful and blessed to be part of this trip. As they walked deeper inside the village, Akina explained that every night the villagers would gather in large numbers on the streets and squares after their long day of work. This surprised Paul, who could only see empty streets, devoid of any soul. There weren't even any children playing around, which he found odd. But because he was afraid of offending Akina, he refrained from mentioning it. Akina led Paul down a narrow alley until they reached a peculiar little house at the end of the street. Paul was observing her with awe and admiration as she gently pushed the door open with her delicate hand. A rancid and moldy stench immediately wafted in their direction, causing Paul to sneeze. The room was dim. Paul could feel human presence, and this was confirmed by Akina bowing toward all sides of the room. Paul instinctively bowed as well, fully aware that this was the only efficient way of communicating with his foreign host. However, his greeting was only met with silence. Akina's relatives were sitting around a large danabi filled with steaming rice. Despite the darkness, he could see the steam coming out of the white, fluffy mound, but the surrounding relatives' faces were still blurry. Akina asked Paul to wait here for her return. As she walked out into an adjacent house, Paul felt all the more strange that only men, especially a middle-aged one, was greedily eating rice. Meanwhile, the remaining women just put their hands on their lap, apparently without any intention to eat. Paul was kneeling next to the door, waiting for Akina's return. The men continued to eat rice, more and more greedily. It appeared as if they'd been starved for a very long time. Out of curiosity, Paul decided to stand up and move closer to observe these peculiar, greedy hosts. But suddenly, he felt a strong arm clutching his shoulder. A short man was standing behind him, and he could see the side of his cold and grimacing face. Paul began looking around for Akina, hoping that she would end this uncomfortable, tense situation. When she finally came back, she was wearing a gorgeous peach-colored kimono. As she saw Paul's worried face, Akina laughed softly and introduced the menacing man as her father. She then smiled and squinted at Paul as if to comfort him. Gently taking his hand, she began pulling him towards the door. Because it was all so unexpected, Paul could only turn his head to look back a little bit, but wasn't able to see her family properly. Behind him, he could feel Akina's father staring at his shoulders. As he was turning around, Paul was startled to realize that all the relatives had turned around to look at him with grimacing faces and evil stares. The afternoon had begun, and as they were walking down the streets, the surroundings were becoming gloomier and gloomier. As if to bring instant relief, the lights from all the houses simultaneously lit up, and the town began filling up with villagers coming from all sides. Paul felt like he was the center of everyone's attention. He could sense the surrounding whirlwind. He didn't understand why, and how more and more people kept appearing from nowhere. Quite strangely, the town wasn't getting any noisier, as if the villagers were breathless ghosts whose steps didn't make any sound. The atmosphere was getting heavier by the minute, and Paul's guts were telling him something was wrong. He was hoping Akina would give him some sense of relief.
Paul could not suppress his curiosity either. As he felt someone or something brushing briskly past him, Paul involuntarily turned his head back. What he saw next petrified him in horror.
All of them were lifeless and walked extremely gently, as if they were gliding on the ground. Their limbs didn't move. Even their faces had no expression. Their soulless eyes didn't blink, and their mouths remained closed. In fact, their faces seemed to be made of white chalk, so much so that looking at anyone would make his cheeks blush. Paul shivered as he realized that men and women alike were blushing like dolls. As she saw Paul, Akina immediately led him back to her small room. And then she whispered in his ear that he shouldn't step out of the room after 7 p.m. or something terrible was about to happen. He was told to keep quiet and refrain from saying anything, and she would make him leave the island the following morning. At that moment, Paul started to feel that Akina was hiding something, and he watched her skeptically as she left. In the middle of the night, as he was falling into a deep sleep, Paul heard a loud noise outside and was immediately relieved by that powerful sound. People were real. There was life outside. All his fears from the afternoon were now gone. However, he found it strange that everyone was so noisy, so late, and raised the curtain slightly to look outside the window. The surrounding outside streets were crowded with people more or less gathered in a circle and laughing loudly. Deeply curious by nature, Paul completely forgot Akina's advice and sneaked out to get closer to the crowd. He quietly and carefully walked towards where the noise came from. Paul hid behind a large haystack and watched curiously. He then looked at the person standing in the middle of the crowd and realized that it was Akina's father, who was performing some sort of horrific ritual. Around him, the previously inanimate people were now grinning widely, all bearing terrifying looks on their faces, completely ignoring his surroundings and staring horror at Akina's father. Paul suddenly heard a hoarse laugh coming from behind him. Paul's face stiffened in fear. His mouth faltered, speechless, cold sweats trickling down his face. Behind him, the seemingly inanimate people he had met in the afternoon were now smiling and laughing with their mouths abnormally wide open, and all eyes were on him.
Panicked and terrified, Paul ran up the main street to escape the crowd, and as he looked behind him to see if anyone was chasing him, he tripped on a cobblestone, falling face down on his stomach. As he lifted his head up, slightly buzzed, a familiar foot appeared in front of him. He began smiling, and as his gaze went up Akina's legs and torso, but it wasn't until he saw her face that he realized the truth in horror. Akina's beautiful eyes were staring at him eerily. Her wide yet crazy smile left him shocked and terrified, speechless. Akina made him stand up and started pointing her finger at him, as if signaling the ghostly villagers to gather around him in swarms, while she slowly stepped away. The following morning, the village square was now devoid of any soul. Its ground was scattered with a multitude of paper dolls, resembling a paper cemetery. In the distance, Akina's father bent down to pick up fragments of a doll, which, unlike the others, had been torn apart. His face remained expressionless as he played with them, with his fat and hairy fingers, Akina walked out of the house, beaming and beautiful, and wearing a revealing dress. She purposely stepped on the remainders of the paper doll, at first smiling, until she started laughing hysterically. The aircraft was now landing slowly on the runway at Miyagi's port. As the plane doors opened, a pair of red stilettos stepped out of the cabin, shining in the bright daylight. Akina stepped down from the plane with a seductive smile on her face and whispered, "On to the next one. Let the show begin." Having said that, she smiled brightly again, her eyes glinting with an evil glare. Hello, my name is Iris. I'm just an ordinary taxi driver in America. I got married last year, and this year we're talking about welcoming a little angel to our home. That's why I have to work twice as hard as I did before to give my family the best things possible. That day, after driving a guest from a farm to the outskirts of the city, I was about halfway home. I saw a woman in a red shirt, holding a red umbrella and standing by the side of the road, waving at me. It looked like she was in a hurry. I pulled over and offered to give her a ride. The girl in red handed me a small piece of paper after getting into the car. It had the address and directions to where I needed to go. But the address was strange to me. Although I've been working as a taxi driver for more than 4 years, it was the first time I'd seen an address like this. Maybe it was located somewhere on the outskirts of the city. As I had expected, the navigation device told me it would take about an hour to arrive. Throughout the whole trip, that woman didn't say a single word. Everything she wanted to communicate to me was written down on papers. The atmosphere was getting colder, even though I had the air conditioner on to its minimum level. The windows were closed, but every few minutes I could feel a blast of cold air. It was spooky and made me shiver with the goosebumps. About 45 minutes into the ride, my navigation device suddenly said error. Then the woman in the red dress passed me another sheet of paper containing a small map on it and a caption saying that I needed to drive about 30 minutes more to arrive at her destination. Sometimes I glanced at her through the car mirror, but I accidentally made eye contact with her, and her eyes were staring right at me, as if she was staring at me the whole time. So I followed the instructions in the paper. I had to drive through a dark forest with the thought that we might arrive at our destination when we reached the end of the forest. But then I had to navigate a turn, and next to it was a signpost in 2 directions. It said turn left to enter town and turn right to go to the farm. Now the woman immediately raised her hand and made a sign for me to turn right, saying that this was a shortcut and that if we went this way, we would get there faster. We continued moving for another 15 minutes, and then she suddenly told me to stop the car. As soon as I got out of the car and opened the door for her, 2 freaky guys jumped out of the grove of trees as if they were about to attack me. They had guns. 2 men, one short, one fat, both wearing a mask with the shape of a bird's head, looking creepy. However, right at the moment I turned on the car's engine, one of them broke the glass with a gun and then pointed the barrel at me. I was never so afraid. With my eyes closed, I hit the accelerator pedal jammed it to the floor as hard as I could. The other man immediately opened fire, but fortunately the bullet was going the wrong way. Seeing their prey run away, they kept honking and shooting while chasing after us for a little while longer and then stopped. After I regained my composure, I immediately called the police and reported the accident. I was hoping to find a bar or some place to rest while waiting for the police to arrive. But the scary things didn't stop there. I must have been running about 30 minutes when I recognized that old sign by an abandoned gas station. Somehow I must have been running in circles. But even more frightening, the woman with the red umbrella was still standing on the side of the road, waving at me. I immediately looked back, and she disappeared. I sighed a breath of relief. But then I looked up to find out that she had already navigated her way to the front of my car. Like a reflex action, I immediately steered the car and crashed it into a tree. I was very startled and didn't know what to think, but it was certainly scary. After that, I didn't remember anything. I just knew that the police had arrived just in time to take me and my car to the garage. But one thing amazed me. The police had arrested 2 suspects in this area who'd been living off the land growing corn and right below the sewer where I parked my car, and was robbed by bandits. The police had found the body of a young girl, and after investigating, they were able to identify that girl as Lisa. She'd gone missing, lost in this area, about a month ago. Her car died on the road, and it was raining so heavily. She brought an umbrella with her and walked for a long distance. But it was so unfortunate of her to meet these 2 bastards. The story of the girl with the red umbrella has haunted me for a long time. Whenever I'm on the street and see a girl waving at me, I get that sudden feeling of fear and dread. I just can't stop thinking, was this a ghost, an apparition of some kind? And I don't think I'll be taking any late night questionable customers ever again. Washington, USA, Friday the 13th. Ooh, hello. It's me again, Iris, a normal taxi driver who somehow always encounters weird things. Today, I have another story to write in my work diary. As you may have guessed, just like any other taxi driver, I don't really want to serve drunk passengers. I'm sick and tired of having to clean their vomit up all the time. But as you know, my old car, that was beyond repair. Remember those monstrous monkeys that destroyed my car? But that was some time ago. I was thinking about looking for another job, but eventually I decided to keep on working as a taxi driver because I really like the work, and somehow I feel like I was born to be a taxi driver. I had to borrow some money to buy myself a new car, and now I had to work 2 times as hard. No, 3 times harder to earn enough money to pay off my debt and support my wife and children. I started to gradually ignore my own rules. Lately, I have been serving drunk passengers, as they were more likely to give me better tips, which means more income and a happier life. And things were just getting more stable now. But somehow, something terrible happened to me again. It was a day when I only had a few customers. I parked my car by the side of the road at noon, and by 5 p.m., I still had not received any rides. I got back to the car with the intention of going home early and call it a day. And then suddenly, a young man with a wobbly gait rushed to the front of my car. Man, that startled me,
and I slammed on the brake pedal. What kind of an idiot would rush in front of my car like that? For a minute, I felt frozen. I guess the fright from that idiot just forced me to take a little time out and think for a second. I took a deep breath. When that young man quickly moved to the back of the car, hitting the car door repeatedly, telling me to unlock the door. As I looked at him, I could only whisper to myself, what an unlucky day. I couldn't get any taxi rides the whole afternoon, and now I have to deal with the drunk bastard right when I was about to go home. When he got in my car, even after I asked him what his destination was, he still did not answer me. He just sat there with his head down. He must have been too drunk. I was trying to ask him again when he suddenly went crazy. His whole body began convulsing violently, and then unexpectedly, he rushed to the driver's seat and attacked me. He bit me on the neck, and I quickly grabbed the cane from under my feet and hit him as hard as I could over the head. And then I opened the door and rushed out, screaming for help. The guy became even more angry after that sudden blow. He rushed out and chased after me, looking like a madman. The way he ran didn't look like a normal person at all. Very crooked, like a bloodthirsty zombie. The only difference was he looked extremely agile. As I was looking behind me, I accidentally stumbled over a rock and fell onto the street. I was still struggling on the road when he caught up and rushed towards me like a crazy man. He was only 3 steps away from me when he exposed his teeth and jumped towards me. The only thing I could do under that circumstance was to close my eyes and pray. But right at that moment, I suddenly heard a loud noise. It turned out that he was hit by a car on the road. The female driver panicked and got out of the car. I slowly got up, and with the help of the other girl, we approached him to check if he was all right. Dreadfully, the man had stopped breathing. The girl began to panic even more and cried as she thought she killed the person. I noticed the smell of alcohol coming out of her body. However, while the two of us were not paying attention, that crazy guy suddenly jumped up, glaring with his crazy red eyes, and hypnotized us. And at that moment, I could only take the girl's hand and run. But an awful thing happened. We had been running for quite a while when I suddenly heard a cry from behind. And when I looked back, oh my God, I almost fainted. What I was holding was just the arm separated from the girl's body. And in the distance, I could see the man frantically biting the girl, just like a cannibal. Being so scared out of my mind, I kept running without even looking back. I was so terrified. I tried my best to run to the main road, wave my hands to call for help. When drivers on the road stopped and asked me what had happened, they were under the impression that I had been robbed. Me, together with 3 other men, headed back to the scene, but found out that the zombie guy was gone. The girl's corpse was nowhere to be seen. There was just a piece of white cloth left. I assumed that it was from the dress of the girl. I told everything that I could remember to the police, but until now, there has been no new information about the case. Absolutely no clue about the zombie-like man that I described. The owner of the car at the scene was declared missing. I think that the man took the girl's body deep into the woods. At night, he would appear in deserted places to start searching for another prey.
Hello, it's me, Iris. I have encountered so many monstrous things that I had to buy myself a brand new car just to continue my work. One day around 8 p.m., when I was about halfway through eating a hamburger, I got a phone call from a customer of mine. I quickly picked up the phone, but strangely, on the other end of the line, no one said anything. Thinking that I was being teased by someone, I hung up. About 5 minutes later, I got another phone call from the same number. But like the previous time, on the other end of the line, no one said a word. A few moments later, I got a message. This time, the person texted me saying the signal from where they were texting me was weak, so they only attached their address to the message for me to go pick them up. Fortunately, the GPS tracking device worked fine this time. But I encountered something more dreadful than that. While I was driving on a mountain pass, which was near to the pickup point, my car suddenly stalled. No matter what I did or tried, I couldn't get it to work. Having no other choice, I had to text them back to tell them that my car was broken, hoping that they would sympathize with my situation. I informed them to text another driver to assist them. After that, I immediately called the rescue team. I sat in my car for about 20 minutes. From where I could see, many people were moving toward me. There was a thick fog outside. My night vision was very poor. But as my eyes began to acclimate to the darkness, I was able to make out some kind of shadows moving slowly in my direction. And I was cheerfully certain that it was the rescue team. But as they got closer, something strange, like the silhouette of some creatures, and I could see what appeared to be a human form, with 2 arms, 2 legs, but their posture was weirdly strange. They walked with a hunch on their backs, and they were too small to be human. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blast of icy cold air hit me, instantly freezing my spine. I felt paralyzed from the cold. My entire body trembled uncontrollably. I quickly checked all the doors to make sure that I'd locked them. But in a panic, I realized that the passenger side window was still open. Nervously, I quickly rolled it up. Then suddenly, an arm reached in from outside. The arm gripped the door in front of me, growling and making strange vocalizations, like some kind of alien, making screeching cries. And then I realized that it was strangely similar to the cries of a monkey. Right in front of me was this long, thin arm full of fur. I panicked and began kicking it. The monkey-like creature appeared to be hurt. It forcefully yanked its arm back out of the car. In that moment, I quickly and quietly chose to protect myself by securely locking my car, hoping to remain undetected inside my little cocoon. Then there was a dreadful silence. It seemed as if all those monkey-like beasts had left. The inside car windows were all fogged up, making it almost impossible to see anything outside. Somehow, I must be able to know if those creatures are still here. I had to regain my composure, but the fear of what happened outside terrified me so deeply that I couldn't move a muscle. Now, I had to face this situation alone. I mustered up the courage and forced myself to overcome my terror. So I took a deep breath. It was now or never. But before I could do anything, I discovered strange, weird handprints on the car's misty windshield. I was so frightened. These handprints, or footprints, were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. And now I could hear some kind of gibberish chatter coming from outside. It appeared that these unknown devilish monsters were still here. And, along with their screeching, it became clear to me that whatever kind of beings they were, and I was convinced that they were not here to make friends. The only thing I could do at that moment was close my eyes, cover my mouth, and nervously wait for them to leave. About 5 minutes later, everything was quiet again. I turned on the wipers to remove the mist from the front window. However, as soon as the mist was cleared, I could see dozens of monkeys gathered on the road. They were standing still. Their posturing clearly affirmed to me that these strange life forms were looking at me as if I were about to become their next meal. All of their freakish red eyes were fixed on me, as if they were collectively plotting my fate. I was still horrified when a monkey leaped forward toward my car, revealing its sharp fangs, while making wheezing sounds and drooling all over the car with the kind of foam that one might expect to see from a dog with rabies. I was praying that the rescuers would come to rescue me in time. But looking at those monkeys, I could tell that they were very hungry. Suddenly, I remembered the fried chicken thighs I bought for my wife earlier. With no other choice, I reached over to lower the window and throw them some food. Unexpectedly, my plan worked. The crispy chicken thighs immediately distracted them, and those red-eyed monsters began to lose interest in me as they slowly and gradually left me and my car in peace. However, right after that, the monkeys turned their gaze back to my car. It seemed like I made a critical error in my tactics. My actions led them to react to me as if I was harboring a staging area for more food. They came rushing at my car again. The windshield started to crack from their pounding. I could feel extreme danger approaching me. Suddenly, a great light shone directly on them, making them scatter in all directions. Luckily, the rescue team had arrived, and those monkey-looking minions saw a lot of people and immediately ran into the forest. I took my car to the garage, but the mechanics told me that my car was beyond repair and that it could no longer be serviced. My car was completely destroyed by those primates. But what frightened me even more was the picture of the car's condition from last night's assault. The entire car was covered with bizarre, sticky, human-like fingerprints, footprints, whatever. I could not tell if they were actually monkeys or if they were made from some other ape-like, scary monster. However, this was a story that haunted me and reminded me never to drive on those remote mountain passes ever again.
Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm a detective within the Chicago Police Department. In the course of my investigating career, I've encountered my share of horrific and disturbing cases. But one case in particular has been haunting me and my colleagues until now. And today I will tell you all about it. And with the exception of the police and a couple law enforcement officers, no one else ever knew about it. See, the case wasn't even disclosed to the press, given how horrifying it was. The year was 1998. I was patrolling the city when the police radio dispatcher reported that a serious accident had just occurred 2 blocks away from my location. I naturally rushed to the scene, where I saw a car had crashed into a pizza parlor around the corner. The driver had apparently lost control of the vehicle and landed in the pizza parlor.
Fortunately, there was no one in the kitchen, and the driver only suffered light injuries. My colleagues and I went inside to examine the crash more closely, and that's when we stumbled upon an absolutely horrifying secret. At the scene, we discovered a severed arm lying on the ground in front of the car, surrounded by shards of broken glass. Upon seeing this, the pizza parlor owner next to us immediately turned pale and fell to the floor. Something didn't click with the owner, and my guts were telling me there was something suspicious about him. I casually asked to have a look around the kitchen, and after a brief hesitation at first, he allowed us to carry out our mission. We were quite thorough in our search, and after a while, I began to wonder whether we would find anything that would help us with our investigation. But then, I saw the freezer had been partially hit open by the car, and I immediately got the feeling that this was where the severed limb was coming from. In fact, it was mostly filled with ham, bacon, crab sticks, etc. The usual suspects when it comes to a pizzeria. But as I got closer, I discovered that there were two larger freezers hidden behind it. I began moving the bacon boxes, and there it was. The most horrific, disturbing, and nauseating sight ever. A messy heap of human limbs and heads that had been violently cut and ripped apart before being thrown into this trash bag. I could still clearly identify a chunk of flesh presumably removed from a large pelvis. We continued taking a look around and found another trash bag, this one filled with balls of tangled hair, and from the look of them, the nails were pulled off. This made me realize that we would find at least 2 corpses in this kitchen. Still in shock and sick to our guts, we turned around as the owner started confessing to his revolting murders in a monotonous, detached voice. He explained without flinching that he was using human meat instead of pork to make his highly popular gourmet pizzas. The owner also added that the 2 bodies lying at the bottom of the freezer were those of 2 security patrol officers. Following a personal conflict, he said he had accidentally killed both of them in a heated argument and figured out that the easiest way to cover up his crime and get rid of the bodies was to turn the flesh into pizza meat toppings. To think that hundreds of happy customers, including me, had raved about his fabulous and delicious pies. If only they knew their unique flavor came from human flesh. How revolting and disgusting. I can't help but shiver and feel nauseous. We thought our case was closed and brought the owner to trial. But while in court, his son screamed and hysterically jumped out of his seat crying and ran toward the judge to confess. He explained that he was the one who had killed the 2 men, who were in fact thugs that racketed him. They had made him give away his pocket money on a daily basis in exchange for not being molested. One day, he had no money to give them and was beaten up badly. His father had witnessed the scene from the back of the parlor. As he was going towards them to the end of the beating, he suddenly saw his son pulling out a long knife and stabbing the 2 bullies in the chest, filled with rage and anger. He was quick to hit them precisely, so much that both of them immediately collapsed and died soon after in a pool of blood. Having watched the horrific scene, the father was at first both panicked and petrified. But after a couple of minutes of shock, He instinctively ran toward the dead bodies and dragged them into the kitchen, out of anyone else's sight. He was also quick to clean up the bloody, incriminating murder scene. To cover up for his son and dispose of the bodies, he dismembered the corpses and stored them in a freezer, which he began using as his special pizza secret ingredients. If the car had not crashed into the parlor, this secret would most likely have been buried forever, and his secret recipe still causing a sensation and much speculation. I still cannot get over that horrific case and don't think I ever will. Oh, and I don't eat pizza anymore. A few years ago, I witnessed an atrocious incident, and I've been haunted by it ever since. I told this story many times to numerous people, but no one ever believes me. Basically, I ran into an alien. I know, it sounds incredibly stupid, but listen to this. He was invisible, and the reason why I lost all my hair. No matter what anyone says, I still believe they are real, and that they are among us. That day, me and my two best friends, Brian and Chloe, were playing video games at Chloe's house. The weather forecast indicated that there would be no rain for the next few days. I was really glad and relieved to hear that because I planned a short trip. However, that same night, around 8 p.m., lightning hit from all sides, and torrential rains began to pour down in buckets. The rainfall was so intense, we worried about Chloe's glass windows and feared they might explode under the pressure. Outside, a long bolt of lightning suddenly hit a large tree up on the hill, causing it to burst into flames immediately, despite the heavy rain. Smoke and fire illuminated the sky, and we were scared, kind of hypnotized by the formidable scene. Our curiosity was piqued, and we decided to run toward the hill to take a closer look. We knew that such rare phenomenons might attract tens of thousands of viewers on YouTube, and therefore I saw an opportunity, so I quickly grabbed my camera before storming outside. Sorry about that. Poor choice of words, I guess. Ever the cautious type that I am, I took a small fire extinguisher along with me, just in case I needed to bash some monster over the head. As we got closer to the burnt tree, we discovered that there was a large and deep hole next to it, with smoke still rising from the ashes. But a weird shape was emerging from behind the smoke. We all quietly crept closer and closer to the object of our attention when Brian suddenly exclaimed, "Guys, we just made a huge discovery. I'll bet you it's an alien spaceship." Anyway, we all ran toward the strange vehicle excitedly, and the closer we got, the more we realized this ship was extremely large. It had a very elaborate and intricate design, very futuristic, and could only be the creation of an alien civilization. Inside the ship, we found large metal trunks, furniture, and walls covered with buttons and lights. Everywhere, slimy goo dripping down the walls and off the ceiling, and it gathered in small pools on the floor. As we got deeper, we saw glass jars filled with bizarre creatures. In one corner, there was a large, transparent tube that was sucking whole trees out of the earth right outside. were these guys collecting samples of the Earth's natural resources? We moved slowly and cautiously while looking around, but Brian suddenly screamed. When I turned around, I saw him being lifted up in the air by maybe a tractor beam or some invisible force and being thrown into the chair in the center of the spaceship. Panicked and yelling, Chloe and I tried to pull Brian from his seat when all of a sudden, all the objects inside the spaceship began to vibrate. I mean, violently, before floating in the air. They came and formed this menacing circle, like a cyclone spinning all around us. They all seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force. But when we looked around, there was still no sign of anything or anyone. We were all trembling and shivering in fear, our faces covered in sweat, and Chloe and I, well, she was so scared. There's no polite way to say that she peed in her pants. As I looked around in fear, I held that fire extinguisher tightly, and without thinking, I instinctively began spraying those floating objects, kind of like dust or orbs, circling around us. Even though I knew it wouldn't really do anything, I still felt safer trying something as opposed to nothing at all. All those objects were soon wet and still floating about, but a strange thing happened and appeared right in front of my eyes. I should say right in front of our eyes. The foam bubbles from the fire extinguisher unintentionally covered the surroundings of those human-like creatures and revealed their silhouettes. However, they were much taller than the average human beings. There were tentacles that came out of this creature and began coiling and squeezing around us to the point of sudden respiratory failure. I had accepted my death when suddenly a very powerful light hit me. As I began floating, I was levitating into thin air. I must have been unconscious after that. When I woke up, all three of us were lying under the burnt tree. Our hair had been cut off, and the deep hole, as well as the spaceship, had completely disappeared without a trace. I quickly woke my two friends up, asking them what happened. But both of them looked at me, blankly, like a deer in the headlights. They didn't understand what I was saying or what I was referring to. They didn't remember anything at all. It was as if their memories were completely erased. To this day, I still cannot understand why I'm the only one who can remember anything. Am I the one chosen one? Somehow did the aliens want me in particular to know about their existence? You may think I'm a bit crazy, but I do believe that aliens are truly among us, and not just one, but a few, maybe many. Maybe they're invisible, or maybe they look just like us while they prepare to take over planet Earth. There are frequencies beyond our human senses that remain unseen and unheard. The next time you see a dark shadow moving past your peripheral vision, beware.
You may be experiencing a dark invader.
One full weekend, Fallon and I went wild boar hunting the mountains. We had heard of new hunting grounds that were supposed to be particularly scenic and whose wild game was incredible. It took us 5 hours by car to reach the entrance of the park, followed by a 2-hour hike to be at the specific area, which was said to have the most wild boars. On the occasion of this trip, Fallon gave me a gun as a gift. I was so glad and excited that I immediately threw it over my shoulder. It looked really cool. At the beginning of the hunting expedition, the first animal that we encountered was a deer. Yet we were so engrossed in our quest for a wild boar that we left the path to go deep inside the forest. And inevitably, we got lost. Both Fallon and I had been Boy Scouts and had the necessary orientation skills, yet it was still impossible to find our way out of the dense woods. After what felt like an eternity, we finally found a trail. At the end of the trail, our ray of hope was materializing in the form of a wooden house, presumably a former hostel or lodge that looked like it had been abandoned a long time ago. My friend and I still decided to go inside to take a break and grab a bite. Fallon then remembered the park had a research center that dated back to wartime, and we figured this was it. As we stepped inside, we discovered a large space filled with charred wood, the tile floor littered with what looked like coals and fragments of animal bones, as well as several scattered shovels. At the back of the room, a bed was nestled in a corner and was covered with a blanket, as if someone was still sleeping there. We figured this person had just left for the day and would be back any time, possibly to help us find the trail back. But before I could even drop my backpack on the floor, I heard a strange noise coming from the front door. A gray-haired, bearded old man appeared at the doorstep with a hunting rifle pointing in our direction, looking at us with fierce eyes and an angry expression. Fallon and I raised our hands in panic, and I immediately told him to stay calm, as we were lost and simply needed help. He almost interrupted me and yelled, "Tony, time to eat," before laughing hysterically and slamming the door shut behind him. We immediately heard a wild roar and the noise of an animal scratching the floor and running in place. Panic hit both of us, and we froze in terror. But in the blink of an eye, Fallon was thrown in the air, screaming his lungs out. What was happening? While I tried to make sense of this crazy situation, a monster was staring at me, growling, and its mouth was covered in blood. I could see it more clearly now, and it looked very much like a human being, but didn't fully stand up. It was very muscular, extremely hairy, and with abnormal large shoulders. The monster gained momentum before charging towards me, but he was sufficiently far that I was able to pull out my gun and quickly fire several bullets towards his chest. The beast was hit by several shots and went crazy, howling and getting much nearer. Before I could react, I was lifted into the air and pressed against the wall. The monster was squeezing my neck, and the more I struggled, the more the grip got tighter. It seemed that my shots worked, and I could feel the monster gradually losing its strength until it completely released me. It then fell backwards, panting heavily. The man had witnessed the whole scene and ran to him, hugged him tight, and cried heavily. After losing so much blood, the monster stopped breathing a few minutes later, and the frail old man was all sobs and tears, as if mourning the monster. He didn't show any sign of resistance as I tied him up and used his cell phone to call 911. While we waited for the ambulance and the police to arrive, he started explaining that the monster lying in the pool of blood was his son. Following a brief illness, his teenage son fell into a coma. with most of his organs having failed. All the best hospitals and doctors had given up, but the father wouldn't pull the plug on his son and decided to put use what he had learned from his research during the war. He traveled the world looking for organs from donors to be transplanted into his son. It took him a few years, and the process was long and tedious, with numerous medical setbacks. But one day, his son came back to life. Alive he was, but completely changed inside and outside. In other words, and despite his best intentions, the old man had turned his son into a monster. Since his resurrection, the previously polite and affable young man could only mumble and mutter grunts. He could no longer walk properly and would prefer to crawl, but more importantly, he had turned into a bloodthirsty beast who would only spare his father. The latter, aware that his son was now completely abnormal and a hazard for anyone near him, decided to move for good to the forest, far away from civilization. A short while later, as I was safely back home, I made another horrible discovery while Googling the old man. The experiments that he and his colleagues had conducted during the war gave way to the Hiroshima and Kawasaki hecatombs.
My work is so intensive and demanding, make me feel so uncomfortable and tired that my brain is just crying out to find a comfortable place to lay my head down. But this was a special 2-year anniversary of my relationship, so I chose a store on Baker Street to buy my girlfriend a present. It was about 8:30 in the evening. I felt I was going to be late for my appointment, so I had to rush to make it there on time. I walked briskly through the crowds of people on the sidewalk to the bakery. The icy air from the snow made me shiver, and I tried to keep my hands deep in my pockets so I wouldn't freeze. As I walked out of the store, the pasta gradually started to cool off. I made my way along the sidewalk with a food parcel in my hand to a nearby subway station. And suddenly, a boy ran up to me with a sad, pitiful look on his face. It made me feel dumbfounded. As I was about to approach him, he suddenly grabbed the food parcel in my hand and ran into another direction. I tried my best to chase after him. I had to get that food back because I knew there was no time to wait for a second pasta. I chased the boy through several paths, then ended up in a small alley. It was a dead end with no way out. What surprised me about this alley, it was that there were countless cats and dogs wandering around. Suddenly, the boy stopped and turned to gaze toward me with a mysterious smile, if you know what I mean. I immediately knew that something was wrong, and when I turned my head to look, I saw 2 ferocious-looking thugs approaching us. One with a tall, large figure, and the other looking rather small. The big one smirked and said, "Boy, give us the bag of money and we'll let you go. Hurry up!" I watched at every one of them in panic, not understanding what was going on. And that's when he suddenly punched me in the face, which made me feel dizzy. I touched my face and glanced at them. I didn't even realize I had blood on my hand. I furiously looked at them and began screaming. causing the whole group of wild cats to run away and panic. Since this place was completely deserted, no one noticed us. And in that moment, a terrifying demon appeared in front of me. In the darkness of the alley, the figure of the devil unconsciously stuck in my mind. It had an extremely large figure. Its gnarled appearance made me feel terrified. In particular, his red eyes looked very intently at me, as if he wanted to devour me on the spot. But then he laughed horrifyingly. In panic, I took a few steps back. The thug next to me looked at me with confusion, and his eyes were ebony black, and they stared at me. And then he turned his gaze on his brother. I was petrified and felt like my soul had left my body. My limbs trembled, and I was unable to speak. I nervously watched the thugs as one of them shouted, "Demon, demon, someone please help." But the small thug blankly stared at me with a mysterious, evil smile. It amazed me that he was not afraid of the devil standing in front of me. Or was I the only person who was seeing it? I anxiously started asking for his help, but it failed. This demon in front of me had sharp, bony hands and fearsome fangs. It slowly approached us and left out a scream of horror. There was no way out for me to escape. With the devil in front of me and those aggressive thugs at my back, it seemed like everyone was trying to prevent me from escaping. At that moment, suddenly, I heard a voice. It whispered in my ear, urging me to kill the devil and run away. At first, I didn't notice it because I was so scared, and the voice kept repeating in my ears, making me crazy, and extreme anxiety filled my head. I held my head in pain, angrily looking for the demons, and I quickly turned my body to grab a long iron beside the landfill and vigorously beat the demon back and forth to kill it and destroy my fear. The more I feared, the harder I hit it, revealing the strength and courage I didn't know I had in my body. Although the devil did try to attack me, it ended up being knocked down on the spot, with blood flowing all over the ground. I turned and looked at the little ruffian in horror. His face turned pale, and then he quickly ran away from the alley, leaving me on my own, fighting my own fear. Okay, seeing the demon lying on the ground, I quickly threw the iron aside and ran out of the alley. Right now, I'm in the hospital with that nasty little thug. He is so crazy, as he dared to say, "I'm the devil." It seems like he's so obsessed that he's going insane and has now ended up being tied up on the bed by the doctor while I'm being moved to a separate room. I just received word that my father's gone missing for more than a week. Until his disappearance, he'd been working as a supermarket manager in a remote small town in Japan. In a recent email, he told me a creepy story while advising me that in the event of his disappearance, or if anything happened to him, I should not start looking for him and protect myself. His tale was about a scary creature he'd encountered as a young man in Japan. 20 years ago, my father was still a graduate student and living away from his parents' home. In order to make ends meet, he used to work part-time at a local supermarket. Because the rental price of the studio he was living in was quite high, he decided to move to a cheaper room located in a quiet part of town. Sometimes my father would work rather late, and one evening, a little past 11 o'clock at night, he left the store absolutely famished and decided to look for a place to eat before going home, where he knew his fridge and cupboard were empty. He finally found the noodle shop and decided to enjoy a steaming hot bowl of rich Python ramen. As he looked around the stall, he was surprised to see that it was devoid of any customer. Were the noodles that bad? After all, it wasn't that late. The owner was sternly standing behind the counter, his face covered by a mask and glasses, and a flat hat on the top of his head. At first, my father thought what an eccentric man he was, unless he had some kind of a deformity on his face and hides it so as not to frighten the customers away. My father was ravenous and excitedly ordered a bowl of Python ramen with all the trimmings. After a short while, the owner stepped from behind the counter with a piping hot bowl of incredibly delicious noodles. How could this simple, nondiscreet noodle shop in this secluded neighborhood offer such delicacies? Greedily and happily slurping his noodles, my father thought how lucky he'd been to find this absolute culinary gem, and was all the more surprised to be the only diner. Suddenly, the shopkeeper pulled a sign down saying closed, right in front of my father, without uttering a single word. He then rushed behind the counter and began cleaning up the dishes, pans, and other likes. My father saw that and finished up his meal quickly before paying and thanking him. The owner accepted the money without saying anything. The following days, every night after work, my famished father would stop by to satisfy his hunger with the different varieties of delicious ramen available. Each time, the owner would wear the same kitchen whites, the same face mask, and the same hat. He would not utter a single word, remained expressionless, and would stare at my father eating until he would pull down his closed sign and accept his money without a nod or even a thank you. In fact, my father had many times hoped to strike up conversation since there were no other customers to accommodate, but to no avail. One evening, my father thought of going with friends for dinner after work. He invited his best friend from work to come over to the shop to eat the delicious noodles. Both excitedly walked up the alley in anticipation of the delightful meal. But when they arrived, the noodle stall was nowhere to be found. Where and why had it disappeared? My father scratched his head in confusion and embarrassment. Why is it that the stall is open every day except when he comes with friends? My father looked around and didn't know what to say. But his friend took no umbrage nor offense and suggested that they come back another time. However, my father felt bad about this awkward event. He soon noticed that every time he'd go alone, the noodle truck was there open, whereas when he'd go with his friend, the stall would be closed or absent. He repeatedly asked the noodle man as to why he would be closed on these specific days, but each time his questions were met with a creepy silence. Feeling like he'd become an object of too much attention, my father stopped going to the noodle shop after work and started leaving work earlier or walking home using a different itinerary. But no matter what, he still encountered the cart on his way. My father had figured out that the noodle man was peculiar and probably had a troubled history. He decided to learn more about him, and he was shocked at what he found out. Yet he still didn't believe it and wanted to see the truth for himself. A few days later, he deliberately left work late and walked up the usual alley to meet the street vendor. Even though he was shivering deep down, his heart beating wildly, my father still managed to keep his composure and walked up to the owner. He pointed at a bowl of shiro ramen and asked him to add more vegetables and meat. He looked over the counter to pick up the bowl, but suddenly screamed that it was filled with large, fat worms. Upon hearing so, the owner immediately bent down to look at the bowl of noodles. Taking that opportunity, my father violently pulled away the mask from the man's face, immediately exposing his shocking and staggering physiology. His face was flat without contours. His skin was smooth and taut. He had neither eyes nor hair and was all the more frightening. My father just had a confirmation of what he feared all along. The man was, in fact, the Faceless Ghost. Legend has it that whenever a faceless ghost preys on someone, it will appear at any time and won't let that person go. It'll follow the victim wherever they go and constantly appear on their path until they die. My father did manage to escape then. However, the spirit warned him that he would return every 20 years until he was found. This year marks the 20th anniversary of this cryptic story. My father wanted me to be psychologically prepared in the event of his disappearance. But my gut was telling me that something was terribly wrong. It all began to feel so real. Could some outrageous, cryptic horror story really be true? It's been a week now, and I feel that I have to do something quickly. I flew to Japan searching for my father. Upon arriving at the address I was given, I knocked on the door, but no one immediately answered. Then I banged harder on the door. I could hear the sound of my father's warm voice greeting me. His voice grew louder as he neared the door, but oddly, no other sounds could be heard, not even the sound of his footsteps. After a minute or two, the old wooden door began to slowly open with the squeaking sound of the hinges. Then, upon entering, I began looking around. None of the lights or electrical appliances seemed to work. The only light I had was coming from the dim light of a flickering candle burning at the far end of the hallway. Then I saw a pile of my father's clothes in a heap on the floor in a dark corner, as though he'd just stepped out of them and completely vanished right where he was standing. All that remained was a straw hat next to his clothes and a battery-powered cassette player with my father's voice. It must have been programmed to turn on automatically from the vibration of my pounding on the door. Then, out of thin air, I heard a different voice, not human sounding. I felt the presence of some spirit evil creature who began saying in a demonic voice, "You should not have come here. Welcome to your nightmare." Afterwards, the police conducted an investigation. They followed the trail left from my cell phone. After arriving, the police reported finding 2 cell phones and 2 piles of clothes. After the investigation, news sources reported 2 missing people who'd never been seen again, along with a letter that warned, There is real evil in this world. Be careful when these doors are opened. Your nightmares become a reality.
Do you believe that there are actual spirits of animals existing in this world? Let me tell you a spooky and bizarre story. My house was near the neighborhood's parking lot. One day, I heard a chilling, creepy cat growl in front of my house. I turned on the security camera to check it out and discovered something extremely eerie. I also did not expect the video to become the topic of discussion in the whole neighborhood. It even went viral on the internet. That day, as usual, when I finished having dinner, I would regularly check the camera before going to sleep. Everything was completely normal until the moment I saw my neighbor's cat named Topsy appeared on the screen. I was surprised to see a shadow of another cat following behind it. There was clearly no cat shadow appearing on the first part of the road before it suddenly appeared when Topsy passed a black car. It was definitely not Topsy's reflection, since the strange shadow of a cat was completely separate and incompatible to Topsy's. At first, I just thought that this mysterious cat shadow could have been some kind of scientific phenomenon, but after a restless night, I decided to show my neighbors, the owners of the white cat Topsy, this bizarre video. My neighbors immediately started panicking, watching it, and told me that besides Topsy, they also had another cat named Lele, but unfortunately, Lele had passed away only 3 days ago. Topsy and Lele were once extremely close. They always played together and was considered to be best friends. But ever since Lele died, Topsy was not playing anymore and showed signs of fatigue and depression. Lately, Topsy started going out at night and would not return back home until early the next morning. Unfortunately, while my son was chatting with his friends on social media, he leaked the video that was cut from the security camera. The video quickly went viral on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. There were even a few tabloids that wrote stories about this mysterious cat ghost. My whole neighborhood began to stir. Rumors started flying around about the cat ghost in the parking lot. It had not only become a hot topic of discussion in my neighborhood, the mysterious video also received a lot of mixed comments from internet users coming from all over the world. Some people did not fall for this story of a ghost cat existing in real life, saying it was just a visual effect or a strange coincidence. However, some believed that it was completely possible to happen in real life. One internet user said that all creatures had a soul and thus believed that it was Lele's that had passed away. My neighbors were freaking out, so they went to their backyard garden to pray where they had buried Lele. They discovered that something strange had happened there at the small area of land where they had buried Lele. A part of the ground was opened up. They decided to dig a little deeper and got filled with fear when Lele's body was nowhere to be found. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, their daughter was standing behind them watching all of this. Seeing her parents turn around, looking at her, she ran up to her room as if she was trying to hide something. The couple noticed their child's strange behavior and followed her to her bedroom. But the daughter ran inside and quickly locked the door. No matter what the couple said to her, the little girl refused to open the door. With no other choice, her mother ran downstairs to find the key. When they opened the door, the little girl started screaming fearfully, crying and begging her parents to leave the room as she was curled up in a corner, holding a dirty cloth wrapped up in her hands. It took the neighbor and his wife over an hour to calm their daughter. As soon as she was calm and more relaxed, her mother approached and hugged her tight, comforting her daughter. Father carefully took the dirty cloth that was wrapped up from his daughter, foul smell filling the room. He was shocked when he saw that inside the cloth was the decomposing corpse of Lele, the dead cat. It turned out that the little girl was so upset by the death of her beloved cat, she secretly dug up the body of Lele and hid it in her room. Her parents did not know any of this and admitted that they were too occupied and careless to pay attention to their daughter's feelings, which led her to act like that. Father quickly buried the cat in another corner of the garden and prayed for Lele. The video of the ghost cat is still circulating the web and being talked about. No definite conclusion has been made, however, I believe there are many strange things existing in our world that cannot be explained by science.
Hello everyone, my name is Suki, and everybody says that I'm an adorable 8-year-old little girl. But a spirit has taken my soul and is now living in my body while I'm waiting for my prey. Please help me. Seeing all the normal people walking on the street around me makes me sad and angry. I used to be a happy little girl who had everything she could wish for, but now I'm nothing but an empty soul since this evil spirit robbed me of my happy life. Last year, my father went on a business trip and came back with a special gift for me. As we opened the door to greet him, he was holding a teddy bear that I immediately fell in love with. It was a lovely teddy bear with huge, kind eyes and a sweet smile. He then told me and my mom how he bought it. He originally intended to get it at a large department store, but he arrived too late and the doors were shut. However, on the way back home, he saw a teddy bear smiling at him from behind the window of a second-hand shop. He walked into the store and looked around, only to see a more or less 70-year-old man cleaning up a kitty litter box. The old man seemed rather uncomfortable when he looked at my dad, Dave, and asked him what he wanted. Dad then pointed to the teddy bear, saying he wanted to buy it. Surprisingly, the old man hurriedly took the teddy bear from the shop window and handed it over to my father. But he refused to tell him the price and in fact said, "I'm happy to give it to you and your daughter for free," which surprised my dad. My parents have always been busy with work. Every day after school, I would just stay in my bedroom and play with my beloved new teddy bear. I would treat it like my little brother, feed it and cuddle it to sleep. I often talked to my teddy and we read fairy tales together. I was so happy to have this furry little brother. After a while, every night, as I turned off the lights and went to bed, it made me feel uncomfortable and scared, and I began having nightmares. And as soon as I had that feeling that the teddy bear was moving and doing things on its own, I would sometimes find it sitting on a sofa or on the dining room table. At other times, it was nestled in one of my bedroom corners. There were also other moments when I would accidentally drop it or handle it improperly, and I swear that thing would glance back at me with fire in his eyes. I tried to tell my parents about it, but they simply didn't believe me and thought I'd gotten bored with the toy and was warming up to ask them for a new one. As time went by, I also realized that I was becoming a chubby little girl. My cheeks were getting plumper, my eyes were growing larger, and even my parents and maid started noticing my weight gain. We were actually all quite happy that I was no longer frail and fragile. and even praised my maid for taking such good care of me. However, 1 or 2 days later, I woke up to find myself lying in bed, unable to move my arms and legs. After a lot of effort, I managed to stack a few sets of pillows behind my back, and as I looked at myself in the mirror of my pink dressing table, all I could see was a puzzled teddy bear. I screamed in panic and burst into tears as I realized that I was no longer a cute 8-year-old and had become a furry plush toy. I fell down, rolled onto the floor, and saw myself coming my way. The little girl picked me up, giggling, and looked at me with an evil, murderous stare. Then she suddenly declared, "Congratulations, you are the chosen one. I've been waiting for you for so long." Having said that, she then threw me hard into a corner of the room and laughed hysterically. The maid, having heard the noises, came upstairs and witnessed the whole scene from the slightly open bedroom door. Overwhelmed and panicked, she began screaming and tried running away. But the little me was quick to react and attacked her right away. I saw her grasping the maid's dress and stabbing her viciously from behind numerous times. Legs, stomach, back, even heart and throat when she fell to the ground. No part of her body was spared. The new me dragged her down the stairs to the lobby, and I heard the body thumping on the ground from my bedroom. I sobbed all along, powerless, silently begging God for help, but he didn't hear me. When Mom and Dad got back from work, they immediately found our maid's dead body lying on the entrance floor and found me hiding in a closet with the real me as a teddy bear in her arms. My evil alter ego was in tears and told them, "Dad, Mom, that teddy bear killed the maid. Please throw it away and return it to the store. I don't like it anymore." The police later concluded that our home had been broken into by a criminal and that the housemaid was in fact his unfortunate victim. Because the new me kept crying, asking my father to bring the teddy bear back to the store, there was no way my father wouldn't oblige. As he was holding one arm clutched to his chest, I tried telling my father that I was locked up in this teddy bear body, but all my attempts were useless and unsuccessful. My father took me back to the store, and I was put back at the same place in the same window shop where the teddy bear was standing when he saw it. I cried, screamed, yelled from the top of my lungs, but my voice was muted. My tears were dry, and I still had a furry, smiley face. Dad didn't hear me and just left. The old man then picked me up and said, "Just sit there. Smile all you can and wait for your new dad." He gently placed me back in the display window at the very front, as if this was the prime position for the teddy bear, and the teddy bear only. The spirit has become me and has been enjoying my happy life ever since, well, I got stuck in this teddy bear body, and has been sitting in front of this display glass, waiting for my lucky day, waiting for my replacement and my deliverance. And the evil circle won't be ending anytime soon.
Life is unbelievably difficult for those ethnic minorities living on the Yangtze River in China. So much so that non-governmental organizations or NGOs came from all around the world to help. My name is Adele Hatter. I came from Australia as a volunteer to support these communities with so many tasks and hardships involved. A year went by, and I finally began to acclimate into their culture, their ways, and their lives.
But one terrifying, macabre experience brought the entire project to an immediate halt. Everything that was new, serene, happy and beautiful suddenly became much worse. It involved Jan, a close friend of mine. We knew each other through the volunteer group. She was about the same age as me and helped her father, a local apothecary. During a hike up the mountains to pick rare plants for her father, Jan suddenly slipped, fell off a cliff, and died. I was devastated to hear about her death. My heart was broken to pieces because I just lost my best friend. At the funeral, I gathered a small bunch of her favorite wildflowers and placed them in her left hand and prayed with my eyes closed. She was lying there as if nothing happened, like nothing had changed, as if she was merely sleeping. She was such a gentle beauty, her cherry red lips a stark contrast against her snow-white, smooth complexion. About 2 days after the burial, I was working in my cabin when I heard a loud knock on the door coming from outside. I opened the door and found Jan's sister, looking so terribly sad, anxious and scared. Tears were running down her cheeks as she told me that Jan's grave had been dug up by someone and that her body was now gone. I was speechless, and chills ran up and down my spine. I was so shocked that my legs began trembling, and I almost couldn't stand on my feet any longer. But I mustered up my courage and immediately accompanied Jan's sister and a few of the other volunteers to come to the grave. When we arrived, we saw the tomb had been destroyed, most likely by a shovel. Soil and stones everywhere, and the tombstone had been knocked over, and the lid of the coffin was open, with brown stains and a few maggots. This was the saddest and most revolting scene I had ever witnessed. I never thought such things were possible, and had certainly never heard of such stories back in Australia, where the authorities would have quickly taken matters into their own hands. I felt exhausted and distraught, so I decided to go to bed early. As I'd just fallen asleep, I suddenly felt like something or somebody was summoning me. I tried to open my eyes, but I still couldn't see anything. Slowly, I could recognize Jan in a bridal dress, surrounded by a misty haze. The fabric was a beautiful crimson red, and Jan suddenly burst into tears. The sound of her crying became more and more intense, but after a while, she vanished. Was it just a dream? It all seemed so real. The rest of that night, I only managed to sleep for a few hours. My mind was so full of emotions. My thoughts were scrambled. Several nights later, I dreamed of Jan again. This time, the scenery was different, and I was walking down the village's main street. I could see Jan from a distance, standing in front of a bridal shop, but as I got nearer, she disappeared again. Again on this night, I couldn't sleep. I was so nervous and began sweating profusely. That's when I realized that Jan was trying to reach out to me in my dreams. Was she trying to tell me something? The following day, I went to a nearby bridal shop as soon as it opened. After questioning the clerk, he told me that a strange visitor had been at the store. He identified that man as Pow. He was an unemployed young man who recently bought a wedding dress that cost about 200 yen. Then he came back a couple days later to buy makeup, accessories. The salesman found that a bit strange, given Pow's financial situation, but he did not question it. He was just too happy to make the sale. I immediately texted that information to Jan's sister, and we went to Pow's house together. Since I didn't know what to expect from this visit, I was impatient and terrified. I knew he'd been pursuing Jan for a long time, but she rejected him on numerous occasions. Deep down, I suspected that he was linked to the disappearance of Jan's body. We broke the door, opened it, and rushed inside. The whole house reeked, with the stench of death making us both instantly nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. We didn't think about what we were doing. We just entered each room with our noses covered, only to find Jan's body lying on a bed against the wall. Pow was hugging and lulling the corpse to sleep, and on the wall behind, a large crimson sea seemed to be blessing the macabre embrace. Just like in my dream, Jan was wearing a crimson bridal gown, but it was no longer pretty and immaculate. The whole dress was covered with a brownish, wet filth. As the rotting flesh had perspired through the fabric, critters were surrounding the decaying corpse. They were busy feasting on the shreds of skin and the various matters that had oozed out of the body orifices. Amidst the horror, Jan's beautiful face was now shriveled, and she looked even more grotesque with the heavy makeup that Pow had lovingly applied. The young man was indeed crazy in love. He couldn't acknowledge that she was dead, or that anything else he did was wrong. He even tried to convince the police that came to arrest him that she was very happy in his home, and that she would beg them to let him free. After what had happened, I could no longer live there, and I asked permission to leave the charity and return to Australia. The memory of this still haunts me today, and I know that people can really do anything for love, even the unthinkable. Killer Crocodile on the camping trip to hell. Hello everyone, I'm Doron, your guide. Very nice to meet you. Does everyone like camping? Most people are fond of it. I also loved it too, telling scary nighttime stories while sitting around the campfire enjoying the twinkling stars above. But let me tell you about the most horrible camping trip I ever experienced during my junior year in high school. I'll never go camping again after my weekend journey from hell. Our homeroom teacher secretly arranged a surprise weekend getaway at a pristine nature reserve where we planned to spend a night camping alongside a beautiful hidden lake surrounded by a huge, natural, untouched forest wilderness area. After a 30-minute bus ride, we arrived at our destination and were warmly greeted by our wilderness guide. Our story began with the bustling sounds of excitement while putting our tents up under a large group of shade trees. We then divided our class into 6 small groups of 4. Each group had been assigned its own small boat, and after our teacher gave us the green light to go, we all climbed aboard our tiny boat. As scheduled, we planned to row around the lake enjoying the scenery, and then returning back for the barbecue. The groups began to paddle, following the instructions of Tony, our guide, who came with us. As we were happily talking and laughing, Tony suddenly screamed, "Crocodile!" For a split second, we thought it was a joke. But no, it was really happening. The horror spread like wildfire. Everyone immediately began rowing back in a fury of panic. I stood up on the boat, my eyes following the direction shown by Tony's finger, and there it was. I could clearly see the crocodile's evil green stare. The reptile began emerging from the water, huge and aggressive, repeatedly pushing our boat with his muzzle. It was then that our boat tipped violently. We all froze with fear, although Tony, Mark, and Alida began screaming and crying out for their lives. Our teacher yelled, urging the rest of the class to calm down and get to the shore as quickly as possible. The ferocious beast had attacked our boat, and at some point the boat capsized. Quick as lightning, the crocodile charged us, with its wide, massive open mouth and the darkness of his throat. I could see its sharp teeth and the saliva dripping from his mouth. I was so terrified, I froze, as if I were hypnotized. In a blink of an eye, it sank its jaw into Mark's left shoulder and pulled him deep into the water. A few bubbles came to the surface, followed by a red cloud of blood. We had no doubt about Mark's fate any longer. Tony then began yelling at the rest of us to swim as fast as possible to the shore. In the extreme panic, I thought I'd seen a closer area where we could safely find refuge. Tony then confirmed to Alida to swim in that direction instead. I really believed the crocodile had gone for good, but as I was getting nearer to what I thought was our safe haven, I almost choked. On the shore in front of us lay a large group of nearly a dozen angry crocodiles, basking in the warm sun, right where we'd planned to swim to safety. As I turned around in the water to warn my friends, I could see our teacher coming to us in his boat, motioning us to swim slowly toward him, as not to wake up the slumbering beasts. We managed to hold our breath and swim efficiently enough that we were almost able to climb aboard the boat. But as Tony was stepping into the boat, we heard a startled, scared A crocodile had just shot up like an arrow, with his open mouth, attempting to bite off his leg. We all screamed at once in panic. When was this nightmare going to end? Thank God, Tony had managed to keep his balance and didn't fall into the water. It turned out the monster had only bitten into his prosthetic leg. We were almost too afraid to climb aboard, so our teacher immediately suggested we swim toward the forest where no reptiles were in sight. As I saw, it was leading to the road that would bring us back to the safe shore. We swam like madmen and luckily found a ranger station nearby. They helped us to get to our base camp to reunite with the rest of the class. Just a few hours later, police and rescue teams were present at the scene, conducting a search for Mark's body. But just as we feared, all they found was Mark's torn and tattered shirt. The subsequent investigation revealed that a nearby crocodile farm had carelessly not tended to the broken fence surrounding the farm, allowing the crocodiles to escape into the lake. This was definitely the most horrible camping trip I ever experienced. This was also the last time I saw Mark, whom I shall never forget. Hello, my name is George, and I live in Cambridge with my wife and children. I'm one of the few professional hunters around here. The county forest is quite dangerous and only a few people actually venture into the woods. A few years ago, there were still many animals in the forest, and we would often bring home 3 or 4 rabbits or even a boar after a single day of hunting. Then we slowly started seeing less and less of them, and we assumed that most of them had gone deeper into the forest to seek shelter. But going so far into the forest is really dangerous. For that reason, I came up with an idea to both safely and efficiently hunt more animals again. I spent quite a lot of money on cameras that I installed in various areas of the forest in order to see where the animals tend to gather and stay. I then set up traps in designated spaces so that I could still make nice catches while staying at home. And since only a few people go into the forest, there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting people. Besides, I monitored the cameras diligently every day in case something unexpected were to happen. My genius method rapidly became quite successful, and in less than a week, I caught a couple of pheasants, hogs, and hares thanks to my traps. My workload also became much lighter. All I had to do was go to the forest early in the morning to harvest the bounty from the previous night and to replace the used traps. By mid-morning, I was home for the day, sipping a cup of tea while watching the cameras. But monitoring the screens soon became a nightmare. One evening, after dinner, and as usual, I sat at my desk with a cup of Earl Grey and logged into the video monitoring system to see if my traps had been effective. However, something unusual caught my attention. At first, I thought it was a deer, but when I looked more closely at the screen, I realized in panic that a little girl in a white dress was standing next to the trap that I had set earlier. How could an adult let a child get lost in the woods so late at night? What parent would do that? Afraid that she would severely injure herself with the trap, I hurriedly put on my coat and ran into the forest. But strangely, when I arrived, nothing was standing next to the trap. She was nowhere to be found. Still, in a state of bewilderment, I suddenly heard a small child giggling in the bushes in front of me. Thinking that she was hiding there, I dove into the shrubs, pushing the branches to the side to try to find her, but I stepped back in horror when I discovered a child's sandal covered with mud, and still no little girl around. My whole body started shaking uncontrollably. Sweat was trickling down my forehead and temples. I tried to reassure myself that I had dreamt of seeing that child and quickly turned around to rush back home. That night, I couldn't get any sleep. I got out of bed at 3 a.m. and returned to my desk to check the cameras, but there she was again. The same little girl was still playing alone next to the big tree and the trap. Because it was dark, the image was quite blurry. She looked like she had no legs, and a part of her right arm was blurred as well. I got closer to the screen, hoping to recognize the little girl, but she suddenly turned her head towards the camera and stared at the monitor with big gray eyes. I immediately turned the cameras off and went back to bed right away, trying to convince myself I was having visions because I was sleep deprived. The following morning, I took the video footage to the police station in order to find out who that little girl was. But the police officer in charge just shook his head. He didn't recognize her, and no missing child profile in the past 2 years matched her description. I began wondering if it was a prank or if she came from another part of the country. Following my visit to the station, my creepy video of the strange little girl became the talk of the town. Reporters from national television even got interested in the case. And then, a few villagers recalled an event that happened 10 years ago. A little girl about the same age as the one on the camera had been hit by a train while spending the afternoon in the forest with her family. Could this be a coincidence? Everyone immediately started speculating that the little girl on the camera was none other than the spirit of the deceased child. Something didn't seem right, so I shared this story with the press in the hope of finding out the truth. A month later, a man named Jack Wilson contacted me to tell me that the little girl from the picture was not a ghost, but it was his granddaughter, little Heather, now 9 years old. He and Heather had just stayed for the holidays at a hotel just outside of town. One night, he woke up and realized that she was no longer in her bed. He began looking for her everywhere and even searched the nearby woods. He found her sleeping next to a big tree and was also where the camera was located. It seemed that the little girl had been sleepwalking into the forest and accidentally entered the camera angle. But when I asked Heather about the sandal she lost and the giggle I heard, she just shook her head and looked at me with those big gray eyes, saying she didn't remember anything. Could this be another case of a ghost who's really dead but doesn't know he's passed, still lingering? Or is this another case of some legend? You decide.
My name is Alex. I'm currently in my senior year at high school. Despite participating in many outside activities, I still have enough credit points to graduate. And the celebration day that all high school students had been looking forward to, the graduation ceremony, had turned out to be an unforgettable mess. That day, while the principal was on the podium giving a speech, the chemistry teacher suddenly burst in through the door at the end of the hall with a long wire in his hand, looking angry. Immediately after that, white, thin air began gushing out from a pipe. The large hall quickly got filled up with smoke. The solemn atmosphere of the ceremony was instantly interrupted. No one knew what kind of gas it was. Everyone just panicked and tried to get out. The problem was that all the doors in the hall had been locked somehow. People began to cough uncontrollably. Some fainted from breathing in too much gas. The remaining students, parents, and teachers got out of control after inhaling the gas. They were dancing and laughing like crazy. Not only that, this gas also brought out the worst personalities of everyone. Some students began dancing, cursing, and tearing up books. The teachers also lost their calm demeanor and acted out of character. But the most shocking scene was the image of the principal getting naked, covering his private parts with a cotton vase, and doing a provocative dance. And the infamously furious school supervisor suddenly cried out like a baby, running around the hall in his flowered shorts. Everything was recorded on camera that was supposed to record the ceremony and broadcasted live on the school's fan page. The scene at that moment was completely chaotic. With the essential skills that I had, I quickly picked up a handkerchief to cover my nose. Then I lowered my body, got to the locker, and put on a gas mask.
After ensuring that I was totally safe, I followed the line and quickly figured out where the gas was coming from. It turned out that the chemistry teacher had driven a gas truck to the school, a kind of gas that would make anyone who inhales it hallucinate. He was the one that had secretly locked all the doors of the hall and polluted the hall with that gas in order to attack all the students and teachers there. Immediately after finding the cause, I quickly locked the duct valve of the truck. Not just that, I also found out that the chemistry teacher was busy climbing out on the 5th floor balcony. It looked like he was about to commit suicide. I rushed to his position where he was standing. Despite knowing that he was the one who released the poisonous gas into the hall and ruined the ceremony, I still tried to calm him down and talk to him. It was because of the fact that he was fired from his job for speaking out against the school due to the corruption in organizing examinations. Feeling resentful, he came up with a plan for revenge and then wanted to commit suicide. He was thinking recklessly. Since he wasn't married and had no kids and was now unemployed, he had no reason to keep on living. The gas was made up of some compounds that caused hallucinations. He didn't deliberately want to harm people. He just wanted the graduation ceremony to turn out chaotic so that the police would do an investigation to help him regain justice. Hearing his confession, I tried my best to advise him to do the right thing, and by the end, as he didn't notice, I grabbed him and pulled him backward to safety. After the teacher was saved, and by his act of carelessness, he had his teacher's degree permanently suspended and was sentenced to do public service. As for the school, the police had conducted an investigation and found out the scandals of the organization for exams. Some officials and teachers were suspended, but as for me, it was the most unforgettable graduation ceremony ever.
Hello everyone, my name is Bevis. I'm currently a doctor from a large hospital in Tokyo. I've been working here for over 30 years and I've witnessed horrible, terrifying things. Today, I encountered a case of severe sodium cyanide poisoning, and unfortunately, that patient passed away. This reminds me of a shockingly true story that happened 20 years ago, which related to sodium cyanide. Over 20 years ago, within just a few months, our hospital received a lot of cases of sodium cyanosis poisoning for the same reason: drinking a can of beverage picked up in a public place. The first case was a 16-year-old male student. He was taken to the hospital with symptoms of unconsciousness due to sodium cyanide poisoning, but unfortunately, he didn't make it. According to his sister who was with him, it all started from a bottle of beverage. Yes, a carbonated drink, which caused the death of this unlucky human. She told me the whole story as she cried a lot due to the death of her brother. It all started around 12 a.m. the day at the beginning of January. She and her younger brother, together with 4 other people, just finished their overtime shifts, and on their way back home, they decided to stop for something small. After leaving Shinagawa Station in Tokyo and walking for about 200 meters, they found a 10-yen coin lying on the ground. One of the group members quickly picked it up and told everyone how lucky he was. But before leaving, he discovered a bottle of soft drink laying nearby a telephone booth. He walked over and picked it up. Then he handed it to her brother and he said, "Well, I don't like this type of beverage. You can take it." But no one in this world would have ever expected that his act of kindness would lead to the young man's death. According to the sister's story, the male student was a salesman. After work, they returned home as usual. The sister went home with the lover and the boy went to the dorm. The next morning at his dorm, after calling his sister, the male student drank the beverage bottle. With my professional knowledge about this poison as a doctor, like me, could easily imagine the expressions that the male student had made when he finished a soda bottle contained with sodium cyanide. After a few drinks, he would notice that the beverage has bitter, uncomfortable taste. About 5 minutes later, the boy would suddenly fall to the ground, convulsing and being left unconscious. And the result was when the sister brought breakfast over to her brother, she found out that the male student was lying unconsciously on the ground for a few hours. After that, he was taken to the hospital. I was the chief physician for his emergency, but unfortunately, this guy had died before being taken to the hospital way earlier. Realizing that death has many abnormalities, after hearing the causes from the sister's story, we decided to contact the police to investigate. According to the forensic results pointing out that there were many large pink spots found on the young man's body, and the initial information we provided to the police was that this could be a case of being poisoned by sodium cyanide. From here they decided to investigate and found sodium cyanide laying at the bottom of the beverage bottle, the last type of water that the young man drank. Sodium cyanide contains a high level of toxic. It takes a very small dose to cause a death. The time for this toxic to cause a death varies from few seconds to few minutes. Vastly effective and extremely difficult to save those affected by it. And the more terrifying thing was also that morning, after only 45 minutes, the young man died. Our hospital received another similar case of another middle-aged man dressed in grey, falling next to a payphone, exactly where the guy's colleague picked up the bottle of the soft drink the night before. This middle-aged man also could not survive, though. After we conducted emergency examination, making conclusions, this person also died from sodium cyanide poisoning. Worth noticing, the police later discovered traces of a soft drink bottle of the same type that a 16-year-old student had previously drank. The water bottle was located 10 meters away from the place where the unconscious man was discovered. Finally, the police concluded that this was not a coincidence. It was relating to a mass murderer. The police then carried out an investigation to find fingerprints on the beverage bottle, but unfortunately, only the victim's fingerprints were found. After 2 cases, the police said it was not a simple case, but extremely complicated, so they decided to organize a special force of about 200 people to extend an investigation. At about 12:50 p.m., the same day, the police discovered a bottle of beverage, which is similar to the previous bottles that were placed next to the phone booth, in front of a store 600 meters away from the scene of the first case. The 15-year-old son of the store owner was the first one to find the bottle, but since he was in a hurry to go out, he was unable to drink it. Surprisingly, when he returned home, he saw the police talking about the impregnated water bottle poisoning with sodium cyanide. He breathed a sigh of relief for being lucky to escape the death. Our doctors were also involved in the investigation. Police had discovered 3 bottles of soft drinks being located near the Shinagawa station. The police surmised that all 3 incidents were caused by one person, and the number of victims that he wanted to kill was unknown. Some assumptions were made, pointing out that the first bottle was placed around 7 to 8 a.m. the previous day. The second one was placed earlier in the morning, and the third one was placed before afternoon. All the clues that the police had gathered was still difficult, since they could not find the fingerprints on the fingered bottle and could not be stoned to find the culprit. In addition, the police contacted the manufacturer and determined the serial number printed on the lid, but eventually they only knew the bottles were sold at 10 stores located north of Shinagawa and no further information. According to some people, often jogging around this area, about November of last year they had seen 6 to 7 places where kind of this beverage bottle appeared. But every 2 to 3 days, the water bottles moved to another location that was easy to catch people's eyes or attention. They think this is just child's play. However, during that period there was no report of this kind of poisoning until the first incident took place in January. Many people guessed that the killer was testing at locations and wanted to place the bottles in spots where people will most likely pick it up. The information about the crime was quickly shared by the press and on television by the police, as a way to remind people to raise their guard and not to pick up bottles or soft drinks outside on the streets. This was a shocking crime in Tokyo, for a while, and almost everyone was scared. After more than a month later, one early morning in February that year, a 39-year-old man living in Osaka who was on his way to work stopped by a store to buy cigarettes. Then he suddenly saw soft drink bottles similar to those previously mentioned, and one being placed next to a phone booth. After taking a sip, this man was unconscious and was taken to the emergency hospital. Fortunately, he was alive and discharged the next day. However, this man later committed suicide at home. Although not leaving any notes or letters, he had been tormenting himself for not listening to his colleagues who once stopped him from drinking that beverage after learning about it in Tokyo. He ignored those words and acted on his own accord. Being too embarrassed for his actions, he decided to commit suicide. Having investigated, the police discovered some symptoms of this man which did not completely match the symptoms of a sodium cyanide poisoning. However, the police later found no evidence to extend further investigation on this matter. As a series of beverage poisoning happened, Japanese were so scared that they did not dare to drink any type of soft drink mentioned above, and doubts began to creep into the minds of all the people in Japan, questioning themselves, who is the killer, and which reason that makes him kill people non-selectively? When will he stop? During this period, there was a rumor about witches dwelling on hard objects on roads. And when passers-by pick up those items, they will indirectly bring the witches to their home. The witches would then seduce and possess the soul of that person. This was a story evoked because of the similarities it shared with the deaths of innocent people who picked up soft drink bottles and brought them home. The beverage-related mass murder in Japan that year had the time of a criminal prosecution of 15 years. If the case could not be solved within that period, even if the murderer could be found later, they would not be convicted. Indeed, after 15 years, this case was officially closed because it had too long of a process to prosecute. No one knows who the real murderer was, and the crime had become a mysterious number that would never be found. Is this case by an animal killer or a pathological murderer? Or was this created by some metaphysical force? Was the witches in those myths that the elderly in Japan still tell their children and grandchildren even real? No one knows the answer, but the deaths were real, and there was an obsession that took place in the land of the rising sun.
Just a few days before Halloween, two 10-year-old boys learned that a circus was coming to town, featuring clowns. The boys rushed off to the mall to buy their clown costumes. But after the night of the show, one of the boys went missing, never to be seen again. Our story took place about 10 years ago, when I was just a 10-year-old kid. At that time, my friends and I were really into clowns and their performances. As Halloween was approaching, my friends and I went to the mall to buy costumes. I didn't hesitate to get myself a clown costume, since I was a big fan of clowns. It was only one day before Halloween, when the circus performance was due to take place. I couldn't wait until that Halloween night to try on my new costume. On Halloween night, my mother and I went to the circus. I was especially excited to see the clown performance. There were many people in attendance, and the circus soon became overcrowded and bustling. I tried to get to the front of the line so I could get a better view. Suddenly, I noticed a clown waving at me from the side of the stage, beckoning me to come closer. At first, I was a little confused, curious, and surprised, but I followed the clown anyway.
When I looked at him, he led me to a less crowded spot backstage. Suddenly, the clown disappeared right in front of me. To my surprise, I was looking all around to see where he was. Then he suddenly reappeared behind my back and hit me on the shoulders. Startled, I turned around and saw him swinging around in front of me, moving his arms and legs as if he was performing just for me. He then gave me a small balloon. Noticing how amused I was, the clown put his hands up to cover his eyes, then silently lowered his head. I didn't understand what was happening, but just then he suddenly jumped up. His eyes were bulging out as if they were about to pop out of his face. Without stopping, the clown stretched his arms out and started to pull me by my hands. I was so dreadfully worried that my whole body froze, and I couldn't utter a single word. The clown didn't say anything. He just curled up and morphed into a piece of soft candy-like thing. He stretched out his whole body like a snake and then wrapped himself around me. He covered his face and then gave me a wide, wicked smile while baring his protruding sharp teeth. I became hysterically emotional as I began forcing my way back to the circus stage. But it was so crowded. I was trembling nervously, holding my mom's legs. As I looked around to see where he was, I was overwhelmed with dread. I tried persuading my mom to take me home, but she told me to relax, enjoy the show. It was about to begin, so let's get comfortable and enjoy it. Needless to say, I wasn't in the mood to look to see any more of the show, so I sat nervously while the lights lit up the stage and the show began. People were cheering with excitement. I nervously snuck around the side of the stage to see if that evil clown would reappear. Then, as I looked up, I caught the eye of another clown staring at me from the stage. His eyes looked just like the other one before. He commenced to put on a performance, a silent demonstration showing his emotions and characters, screaming, panicking, bright smiles, acting happy, and yet frightening at the same time. He showed us all types of facial expressions, and he performed just like a real person. As I was too frightened, I told my mom that clown was a ghost, not a human being. But my mother completely ignored me, and she told me to stay quiet and enjoy the performance. But I was in fear. I was so afraid of that clown that I broke into a sweat. At that time, all I wanted to know was, is this real or fake? With all my strength, I decided to approach the stage. As everyone focused their eyes on me, I tried my best not to reveal my fear. Somehow, I needed to convince everyone that clown was a ghost. I kept reassuring myself, saying over and over in my mind that I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I got up and ran over to the stage to confront that clown. I shouted out loud to the crowds and said, "Everyone, I know this may come as a surprise, but this clown is not human. He's a demon, and he will devour and kill us. Everyone, please run." But the crowd was unaffected. No one would believe a child like me. The show just kept on going. Seeing that no one was responding, I ran up to the clown. I grabbed him, pulled off his nose, and tried ripping the hair from his head to prove to everyone that he was not a real person. But this was no joke. The audience responded with laughter. I made a fool of myself as the spectators roared with laughter. Under all that makeup, he surprisingly looked at me in wonder and asked, "What are you trying to do, young man?" And he laughed as he walked away. I was so embarrassed, feeling awkward and disappointed by my ridiculous actions.
I apologized to the clown with a few humbling words of sorrow as I left the stage. Everyone was angry, confused, puzzled. Their eyes were all glazing at me with anger because I interrupted the whole performance. I felt so bad that I began to cry. My mom hugged me and comforted me, but I couldn't tell her the truth because I knew that she probably wouldn't believe me. That night after the show, when the lights on the stage had been turned off and everyone had gone home, I wanted to go into the toilet, so my mom waited for me at the gate outside. When I came out, suddenly all the spotlights lit up, and out of nowhere, clowns appeared. They started dancing and performing scary pantomimes. They turned their feet into bridges and walked on them. Their long arms turned into ropes, swinging back and forth. And I could see those wide, creepy smiles on their faces. Then a clown with extremely long legs walked toward me. He approached me, showing all his white teeth on his dark face while laughing disgustingly. I tried to escape as fast as I could, calling for help, but the harder I ran, the slower I got. The clown walked step by step with his frightfully long legs, stepping in front of me, and then turned around looking at me, covering his face with his hands as if to tease me. He rubbed his eyes like a crying kid and then stuck his tongue out. I fell backwards in panic. My eyes closed tightly as I did not dare to look at him. Then suddenly, I woke up in the middle of the night with sweat dripping all over me. I told my mom everything that I witnessed at the circus, but she didn't believe me. Realizing that there was no way for me to make her believe my story, I locked myself in my room for the whole day. By late afternoon on Halloween, my friend Westy came to my house looking for me. He looked frightened and was about to tell me a horrifying story. A child went missing last night. It was Hank, my friend. He went to see the pantomime show and disappeared shortly after that. No one knew how he went missing, but when I heard the news, I was shocked and wondered if Hank had been taken away by that clown. I suddenly thought about those sentences that my mom often threatened me with when I was naughty. She would say, "Remember, clowns take naughty children to perform their plays for them." I didn't believe that that was true, but it made obvious connections with me. I told Mom about Hank's disappearance and pointed out that it had something to do with those clowns. But she said, "Son, that's just something we parents use to discipline naughty children. Ghost clowns do not exist, and I don't want to discuss this any longer." I was so disappointed with my mom and my neighbors. They all assured me that Hank was kidnapped by someone, and no one believed my story. The next day, as we were driving by town, I saw a big clown holding a small clown's hand walking nearby. The small clown looked at me. His eyes were glazed, lifeless. His facial expressions were drooping with hopelessness. I'd never seen that little clown before, until I found out that Hank was missing. I had no idea what happened to Hank. He was a good kid just like me. Or perhaps there was something suspicious he was trying to hide that I didn't know about. And until today, that little clown remained small, with nothing changing. I know there are actual ghosts and demons out there. They exist all around us, but no one notices because they're mysteriously silent. 10 years have passed now, and Hank has never been seen again. Needless to say, I've never been to another clown performance since then. Until now, I still don't know how I managed to escape those freaky, creepy clowns.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. Recently, a very strange story came up on my school's forum. Rumor had it that a model skeleton from the biology lab would walk at night in the school's corridors. To corroborate this, I invited Leo and Mila, two friends from the press club, to bring a camera along and catch this peculiar occurrence on film. That night, none of us had any homework, so we made an appointment outside the cafeteria, and from there went to hide in a corner near the lab to begin filming. At midnight, the whole school was quiet, and we were ready with our well-prepared equipment to record that spooky sight once it would happen. However, after waiting for over an hour, we still had not seen any skeletons. Mila walked first, but suddenly she screamed. The skeleton had mysteriously disappeared. It was no longer standing in the right corner of the room, as it usually did. We went around the room several times, but we still couldn't find it. Leo suggested that we split the group up to go to other rooms and try to find the skeleton. God, I wish we hadn't separated then. Indeed, a very upsetting thing happened as Leo and Mila walked towards the end of the corridor. They were assaulted by a madman who had covered his head. He was hiding in a corner and suddenly hit them for no reason. At that moment, I was searching a nearby classroom, and as I was about to step out, I managed to witness everything. I was so scared that I crept into the corner of the room to hide, hoping that he would not find me. But no, I heard footsteps coming towards me, getting closer and closer. Then I heard him opening the door of the room where I was hiding. I was so afraid that he'd catch me. But all of a sudden, the sound of something falling came from another corner. This caught the man's attention, and he quickly turned his head towards it. Perhaps because he didn't find anything, he finally left. I heard his footsteps fade away, and the room fell silent again. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then I was startled by the sight of the skeleton waving at me from behind the window. For some reason, I had a feeling that it made that noise in order to distract the crazy man, and therefore save me. I rubbed my eyes again to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the skeleton was gone. I then thought that perhaps the crazy man had not gone, so I ran into the biology lab to hide in a large box. This was surely the most disgusting thing I'd ever experienced. The box was full of frogs that had been disemboweled for experimental purposes, and their revolting stench kept wafting up my nose. However, I was sure Leo and Mila were waiting for me to save them. So I clenched my teeth and ventured outside the box. As I was stepping out, I faced a horrifying sight. A tall, unknown man was opening the door of the lab, dragging at once my two friends, Mila and Leo, inside. He laid Leo on the operating table, while Mila was on the next one. Both of them were unconscious. He then slowly lifted a scalpel and began dissecting Leo's body while laughing hysterically like a madman. What was going on? It was too horrific to handle, and I couldn't stop trembling, so much that my hands couldn't open the box to look outside. Still, I tried to stay calm and dial 911 to call the police. I then realized what an error it was to hide in this crazy cold freezer. I was shivering so much, I didn't know how long I could endure these unholy temperatures. But I took a deep breath and tried once again to slightly open the door to see if the murderer had gone. This is when I saw him bringing the scalpel towards Mila. Suddenly, lightning started flashing outside the window, and a skeleton appeared, leaving the murderer standing, dumbfounded. I took this opportunity to quickly jump out and grab the closest fire extinguisher to smash his head. However, my clumsiness and haste caused me to slip on a pool of blood and fall on the floor. He rushed towards me, trying to strangle me, but by chance, the police were storming in just in time. Unfortunately, the madman had already managed to put a knife on my throat to try and control me. As he was about to stab me in the neck, a light suddenly flashed, once again coming from outside and surrounding a skeleton. Gunfire immediately rang out, and the police managed to shoot him down. It turned out that the psycho was in fact the head of the school's biology department. But a terrifying secret was later revealed. He was in fact schizophrenic, and while he was still capable of working very normally in the classroom, he would go crazy at night and run to the lab to dissect a series of frogs and mice. One evening, a student who had forgotten something in class went back to the lab and accidentally found out the freak's secret. The lunatic was dissecting the boy while he was still alive, just to keep him silent. The most frightening thing that haunted me for a while was that the student's body was found at the bottom of the freezer, covered with heaps of frog corpses, and that's precisely where I was hiding that evening. The whole school then rumored that his spirit ascended into the skeleton, and he spent his nights moving the skeletons in the lab to hint at and reveal the madman's crime.
That year, Jonathan and I were high school freshmen, and aside from minor bullying and much more stuff to do, the school year started pretty normally. That is, until rumor had it that every night, babies were heard crying from the old shed next to the basketball court. This piqued our curiosity, so Jonathan and I decided to find out more about it and investigate. We took the opportunity of an evening basketball game to sneak into the backyard and explore the shed. To be more precise, it was an old, long-abandoned warehouse that had undergone renovation a few years ago. It was supposed to be turned into a gym, but in the end the local authorities vetoed the project. Since then, no one would venture there, not even the school security guards or teachers. The building was decrepit and sinister, and the outside lock was actually an exciting incentive for curious people such as us both to try and understand what was happening behind these large doors. We hid in the nearby empty swimming pool and waited until all the students and staff were gone. Around midnight, after much cheering and partying to celebrate the school team's victory, everyone had started leaving and, as expected, nobody noticed our absence. It soon became extremely quiet, save for a few chirping crickets and frogs, and we fully concentrated on the warehouse. Just as rumored, the wind in the backyard started blowing violently in the middle of the night, causing the trees and leaves to make rustling and chilling sounds. The shadows of the poplars created all sorts of strange and frightening shapes on the ground, and we couldn't help but watch them, totally enraptured by the eerie scene. But suddenly, a very distinct sound came from inside the warehouse. We both heard it very clearly, and it was unmistakable. It was the sound of children crying. Jonathan and I looked at each other and instinctively walked towards the shed to see if there were any children inside. Deep down, I wanted to believe this was merely the sound of a cat meowing, but when we cracked the lock open and pushed the door, it was completely dark inside. We used our cell phone flashlights and saw nothing unusual except for old, rotting pieces of furniture, dust everywhere, and cobwebs hanging from the ceiling beams. We were threading slowly, attempting to make as little noise as possible, and Jonathan was leading the way. After a few steps, Jonathan motioned me to stop and pointed to the corner of the warehouse. My gaze followed the direction of his index, and I saw the menacing silhouette of a large man. The darkness prevented us from seeing him clearly, but I mustered up my courage and, I walked in his direction. As I approached, I realized that this was just an anatomy mannequin that had been left there along with maps, skulls, and an old globe. This came as a huge relief, but suddenly the sound of a crying baby came from right behind us. We immediately turned around to look, and what? We couldn't believe our eyes. A naked toddler was crawling out from the corner and slowly moving on the dusty floor. His bulging eyes were protruding so much that they seemed to be falling out from their sockets. His bluish skin was covered in sores, and as he moved, we could see his distorted navel oozing pus. Jonathan and I were so scared and horrified that all we could do was scream from the top of our lungs and run towards the exit door. It took a while for us to dare look behind our backs, as we did not want to face that stomach-churning sight again. As we arrived outside, we bumped into the school's security guard, who had been alerted by the noises and our screams. He asked us what was wrong, and we managed to falter out and answer in unison. "There's a ghost in the abandoned shed!" We then pointed in the direction of the decrepit building, but strangely, the door was locked as if no one had ever entered. I looked at the security guard, thinking that he would not believe us, but unexpectedly, his face looked really sad. He proceeded to tell us about the tragic event that had happened inside the old dilapidated shed. Some 20 years earlier, when the school had not been remodeled yet, a young female student unintentionally became pregnant following a short-lived relationship with another male student. The school had very strict rules regarding relationships between students. And for fear of being found out by the school and her own parent, the young girl managed to hide her pregnancy thanks to ample clothing. Later, as her pregnancy was nearing its term, she sneaked into the school in the middle of the night and went to the shed alone to give birth there. Once the baby was born, the young student panicked and ran away, clueless as to what to do, and leaving the newborn behind. The poor baby died of starvation and cold and was discovered a few days later by one of the school's maintenance workers. The latter had gone into the shed to pick up gardening tools and was startled by the stench wafting from a corner of the room. He fainted as he saw the decomposing corpse of the toddler being eaten away by critters and lying in a pool of bodily fluid. Following that sad story, and as the strange noises started coming out of the building at night, students and security guards alike would reassure themselves by insisting that they were merely stray cats meowing. Today, the warehouse is still abandoned, and the sound of the crying baby still lingers in the dark night. Jonathan and I used this tragic story to write an article for the school paper that all the students thoroughly enjoyed reading. But we pretended it was purely fiction and did not dare reveal it had in fact really happened. Hi, I'm Mila, and I'm a high school sophomore. Let me tell you about Carly, a female student who recently got transferred to our class. This new girl has always been pretty weird. From the very first day, she made a strong impression on the whole class with her jet black outfit covering her from head to toe. To me, Carly has always been quite a mystery, and I've never felt completely comfortable around her. She would always lower her face and stare at the ground, be it in class or in the corridors, as if she wanted to distantiate herself from everyone. Carly also didn't speak to anyone, save for me, since we were sitting next to each other in class. Carly seemed to trust me, at least I think so. She had a beautiful face, and her steel blue eyes were just as hypnotizing as the dark lipstick she used to wear. She looked like a gothic rock star and made heads turn wherever she would go. Once, Carly told me she was afraid of light, pretexting that it would hurt her and burn her skin. This immediately reminded me of vampires and of Dracula, who are notorious light haters, but I just thought Carly had some sort of OCD or typical teenage obsession, not that she was a vampire. One weekend, Carly suggested we hang out together, and I gladly accepted. We went to the mall in the morning and planned on having lunch at the town's best barbecue joint. It was an Asian grill-it-yourself type of barbecue restaurant, where diners grill their meats themselves at the table. This makes for a fun, delicious, and interactive meal, sure to please everyone. We ordered a mixed combo, and when the waiter brought up to our plate the various raw meats, Carly explained, "These meats look so fresh and juicy." I totally agreed with her, and as such didn't think much of her enthusiasm. But as soon as the waiter left our table, having ensured we were all set to start grilling, Carly threw her arm towards the meat plate and poked into a large strip of raw sirloin. She shoved it into her mouth that I had never seen so wide open before. Her powerful jaw and sharp teeth were quick to chew the delicious flesh, blood trickling down her chin. Eyes semi-closed, she repeated this routine without interruption until the whole plate had been devoured. She seemed to be in a trance, so much that all the patrons witnessing the scene, me included, were both mesmerized and on the verge of throwing up. I tried interrupting her, pointing out that her bizarre ritual was unsettling and embarrassing, but she didn't seem to care or even hear me. I had managed to save a couple of pieces of meat and proceeded to cook them on my side of the central grill. In all honesty, I feared she would devour them just as she had the rest of the plate, but instead of staring at them greedily, she was actually looking at me intently. Following this awkward meal, Carly asked me to come to her house to help her out with her homework. For some weird reason, I immediately agreed to, without a single hesitation. That said, I instinctively took my phone and texted Jonathan that I was at Carly's, asking him to come over ASAP. Carly's house was located on a street not far from us. She opened the door, telling me that her parents were gone for the day so they wouldn't bother us. I followed her silently inside and couldn't believe what I saw. It was pitch dark with absolutely no light. All the windows were covered with black curtains, and my eyes had a hard time getting accustomed to the darkness. Carly took off her thick black coat and hung it on the wrought iron coat rack next to the entrance door. I was seeing more clearly now and was busy looking around this strange and sinister place. But suddenly Carly attacked me. She gripped my shoulders and violently bit my neck. I struggled and kicked Carly's lower legs to escape. I rushed to the door but was horrified to realize that it was locked. As I turned around, Carly was standing in front of me with an evil smirk. Was she indeed a bloodthirsty vampire? Carly's bite had begun to bleed, and I could feel the warm blood trickling down my neck. Carly was very strong, and she grabbed me in a snap, forcing me to lie down on the living room floor before biting me once again. I screamed so hard, but my lungs and eardrums nearly popped. I could very clearly feel every single blood vessel out of my body flowing toward my neck into Carly's mouth. She was sucking my blood, and she was sucking me dry. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the front door being smashed. I then saw Jonathan rush in towards me, followed by Mr. Carson, our homeroom teacher. They jumped at Carly and pulled her away from me. I was hysterical and burst into tears as Jonathan was trying to comfort me. Realizing she was in big trouble, Carly panicked and tried running away, but she was held back by Mr. Carson. I found out that Jonathan had gone to see him when he received my text message saying that I was alone with Carly at her place. Jonathan had always found Carly to be strange and wanted our homeroom teacher's advice as to what to do. Mr. Carson was aware of her case and tried to reassure me. It turned out that Carly was not a real vampire and that she suffered from clinical vampirism, otherwise known as Renfield syndrome. As such, she was afraid of light and consumed blood in various forms. Carly's medical record was on her file, so my homeroom teacher was very worried. I was extremely lucky that both of them arrived in time. Had they not, I'm not sure I would be here to tell you my story. At the beginning of the school year, a rumor started spreading around the school that an old tree had the power to bring lonely hearts together. Not that Jonathan or myself would be interested, right? According to the rumor, anyone looking to make the object of their affection fall in love with them had to accomplish a specific ritual. One had first to write the name of the loved person on a sheet of paper. Then, one had to collect hair from that person and tie it to a few strands of one's own hair. Place the tied strands on the sheet of paper, fold them into a tiny parcel, and bury it in front of the tree. After a couple of days, one's wish would come true. This whole spiel was initially circulated on social networks, but Jonathan and I suspected it was merely a lame prank made up by bored students. Well, that is until Linda, a female student from our class, decided to use this urban legend to get the school hunk. She didn't listen to my advice to forget about it, especially considering this guy already had a girlfriend, and she still followed the weird ritual. A few days later, the whole school was surprised to hear that the guy had broken up with his girlfriend and was now dating Linda. But things didn't stop there. After a month or so of happy dating, both Linda and the guy started changing drastically. The two became quiet, too quiet, and looked very tired and distraught. Then, one day, as I was home writing articles for the sports column, Jonathan called me and told me to hurry to school because something dramatic had happened. A student had found Linda's boyfriend dead, hanging from an old tree behind the school. The school and the police had set up a blockade in order to prevent anyone from seeing that horrific scene. But Linda managed to get through, and her heartbreaking screams and cries were heard miles away. A week later, Linda still hadn't come back to school, and I started to worry about her. I convinced Jonathan to come with me to visit her. When we arrived, her Terry mother opened the door and told us she had locked herself up in the room and hadn't eaten or drunk anything ever since. We still went upstairs, and Linda agreed to let us in. She looked so thin, so frail, and her eyes were red from crying so much. She had dark circles under her tears, and her hair was a mess. She sat on her bed and started muttering something. I went near her to comfort her, but suddenly, upon seeing Jonathan, Linda screamed and said that she was sitting on Jonathan's neck. We were both completely startled and didn't quite understand what she meant. Following her boyfriend's death, she started suffering from psychological problems, which could have been an explanation for this nonsense. But although we tried asking her what it was all about, Linda refused to say anything. 1 week later, as we were all in class, we received the shocking news that Linda had hanged herself at home. Jonathan and I had a feeling that the old tree behind the school was not foreign to any of this, so we decided to find out the truth. We immediately went to Linda's house and asked her parents if we could borrow her diary on the grounds that we wanted to use it to honor her memory in the school paper. In her diary, Linda had written that, despite having a guy she wanted and loved, she never felt truly happy. Whenever they would be together, her boyfriend would always behave in a strange way, physically present, but otherwise completely absent. She also wrote that soon after they started dating, she would often see a ghost-like woman hanging around her boyfriend's neck. That eerie creature had particularly long hair and would look back at Linda with an evil smirk. The day before she committed suicide, Linda had dreamt that this woman, bloody-faced and wearing a crumpled school uniform, was standing under an old tree behind the school. She was laughing hysterically and asked Linda, "Do you really want to be with this boy forever?" Linda had immediately nodded in approval and hanged herself the following day. I read every word written in the diary and got goosebumps and shivers all along. But we were even more intrigued by the old tree and went questioning former members of the school's press club to ask about a possible explanation. They then told us about a sad story that had taken place at our school 10 years earlier. At the time, a popular couple was making the school's headlines. They would meet under an old tree after school every day, and this tree had become the symbol of their love story. One day, out of the blue, They broke up after the guy had fallen in love with the younger student. Heartbroken and devastated, the abandoned girlfriend hanged herself from the same tree on graduation day. Students in school starting a rumor saying that the girl's soul would bless love stories and saw the tree as a sacred and magical one. Young couples would meet below its majestic branches for their first date or kiss. Others would bury tight strands of hair at night or early in the morning before school. It's funny how they seem to have forgotten the terrible and horrific conclusion, and that she hanged herself in the end. The rumor and myth has been passed on ever since, and many female students keep on following the ritual and trusting their happiness to the tree and to the spirit of the deceased young woman. I wrote about it in the school newspaper, hoping to convince students to beware of the curse. Although my article was very successful and read by most, I'm afraid untimely deaths are not over yet, and that we'll keep on burying heartbroken souls.
This is a story of Jaden, a crime thriller writer. Jaden had never been one for social media. It took up too much of his time. He avoided it the best he could. But one day, he got an email from a fan. It was normal enough, just asking to have a chat over messages plus a link to their social media. How sweet. They want to learn more about my work. He thought as he grabbed his phone and logged back into his long-neglected Facebook account over his profile. It was sad. Really, did no one care about this? After a month of not logging in, only one friend request outstanding? Curiosity set in. He quickly confirmed the request. It was from Jonathan Galindo. A link landed in his inbox immediately. What harm could it do? Bored and naturally curious, he clicked without hesitation. A loud, scratching, ear-piercing noise thrust from his handset. The screen was midnight black, with 2 red lines trailed from the top to the bottom, and text emerged from the black. Do the blue whale challenge, or your family will die. Bullshit was his first thought. He wasn't active on social media, but he knew enough about hoaxes and jokes to know that this was a load of rubbish. He turned his phone to silent and headed to bed. But sleep didn't come easy that night. Jaden had 1,000 questions running through his mind about the friend request that started all this. The face was somehow familiar. He recalled his name mentioned when he'd gone to his publisher's office. The thoughts wouldn't die down. So he grabbed his phone and started hunting for details. The name Jonathan Galindo had become a dark meme on the internet. That name was everywhere on social networks. Under the dim light from the bedside lamp, darkness flooding in through the windows, he learned everything he could. Who cared about these horseshit challenges anyway? This person's a nobody. They don't know where I live. He thought as he focused on his breathing that it was all an overreaction like everything else on the internet. After an unsettled sleep that he blamed on yesterday's 4 p.m. coffee, a message was waiting for him when he woke up. It was from the strange account. He swiped the phone open, mug in hand, tapped on the message's icon. It took a moment to register, but it was his home address. It pinged again, saying, "I'm here." His senses were heightened. Was that the sound of the front door opening? He mustered all the courage in his body and paced to the door. He slowly raised his eye to the peephole, only to see a clown's face filled his vision. It was him. He tried to gather his thoughts and stop his flesh from trembling. He pushed the sideboards over the front door and creeped towards the back door. As he turned into the kitchen, there was the clown. And he had a knife in his hand and a huge grin on his face. And Jaden screamed and ran towards the stairs. He paced with a slow confidence. Knowing he'd catch his target, Jaden made it to his bedroom, panicked, heart pounding, lungs throbbing, and he crawled under the bed. He tried to control his breathing, calm down, and get into a tiny ball that the world could never find. He heard footsteps creaking on the floor outside, resonating through the house. The door opened with a creak, a little more, then more. It groaned with the slow movement. He opened one eye, just a little bit. There was the clown's powdered white face, filled his vision once more. Face to face with this maniac, his body froze as he reached towards him and dragged him out of his hiding place. It's my end, he thought. My last moment. Fight or flight. He reached for the sports trophy from his dresser. As he raised him up, it smashed across the back of his neck. He stumbled into the drapes. Jaden took the chance to run into the bathroom. Door locked. Jonathan Galindo walked on with purpose, headed toward the bathroom, and pounded on the door. Jaden could then hear the cracks through the door. What was he doing? Smashing furniture. What had he done to make him so angry? After minutes that felt like hours, silence descended. He's gone, he sighed. Jaden waited, sitting on the toilet, wishing he'd brought his phone, wondering if he'd actually left. He made a plan. He had to move. Jaden pulled open the door, revealing his belongings scattered everywhere throughout the hallway. He went downstairs, perched on the edge of the sofa, and assessed the angry destruction all around. He reached for his phone, ready to make a call, but it rang before he could make that call. The vibrations made the phone jump from his hands. He steadied himself and swiped it to answer. I've found you. The attic ventilation window came to his mind. As his vision began to blur, white powder everywhere.
Hi, my name is Alex, and my story is about something that might cause you just as much fear as it did to me. This happened around 2006. I had a bunch of assignments to finish during the Christmas holidays, so I decided to finish them early so I can enjoy some time with my family. My parents, along with my younger brother and sister, were going to a Christmas concert. I decided to skip it because I have seen it before and it was practically the same each year. I was 17 at that stage, so it wasn't a problem for me to be home alone at all. I fed the cat and went to finish my assignments in my room. It took me about 3 hours, but I was happy to be done with them. I turned on the Christmas lights as it had gone dark, and I went to take a shower before I watched the movie. As I was showering, I heard something, a noise or something breaking. I immediately thought the cat broke one of my mom's antique vases, so I went out to check. But, to my surprise, it wasn't the cat. It was something else. I saw something facing away from me. It looked like an animal, but different. I was beyond terrified and ran to the first room I saw and locked the door. The carpet was so thick so luckily it didn't hear me run. I then realized that I had locked myself in the storage room. It wasn't a large room, but it kept me safe. My father called on the phone to check in on me, and I told him everything. Luckily, we had phones everywhere in case of emergencies. He told me not to worry as he would call the cops. "Run outside to the neighbors whenever you get the chance," he said. I had a problem though. Since I came straight out of the shower, I had nothing on me. I was thinking of something to do when I heard the thing walking right up to the storage room door. I kept my hand on my mouth as I felt like screaming until I finally heard it walk away. I looked into the boxes and realized that my mum stacked our summer clothes here until the weather got warmer. I got a pair of blue-green shorts and a light blue shirt on. I kept listening to see when it's okay to escape. As I heard that thing go to another room, sniffing for something to eat, I quickly opened the door and ran out as fast as I could. I never looked back, not even for a second. But then I heard it following me. I ran outside towards our neighbors, where they were already waiting for me. Just then, I heard police sirens arrive. They then investigated the house in order to ensure it was safe. It was rather disturbing though. It turns out, the thing I saw was a mutated animal from the Chernobyl disaster back in 1986 close by. Believe me, I was happy to see it go, but I kind of felt sorry for it. It wasn't long until my parents arrived. If I didn't hear the breaking sound that day, this could have been a way different story. I'm Peter, a poor student. It was so tough for me to get a job as a deliverer at an unsettled pizza store near my home. I'm not very interested in the fact that I'm going to work here permanently, but right now it's the best job I can find. One day, when I was on my shift as usual, an answer on behalf of the store owner. It was around 9 p.m. and it was just an hour before the shop was closed. A new order sound from the store's iPad rang. "Damn it! Who the hell is ordering pizza now?" But after that, I went ahead and opened the order to see. There was a customer ordering a large, thick pizza. The address was about 5 kilometers from my store. I immediately confirmed the order and read the note inside the app that after delivering to the place, please put pizza in front of the door and receive money in the slot. Although it was a bit confusing to understand, I quickly took the pizza and proceeded to deliver it in time. I was running through the busy traffic of the street at night looking for the right address in the hope of finishing my work as soon as possible. Until I found the address of the building. It was a dormitory area with no main doors but only an iron staircase built on the side of the building connected to the upper floors. I carefully locked the car parking at the bottom of the stairs and carried the food up. I searched for the right address, went to apartment 08. I knocked on the door for a while, but no one answered. I started to doubt whether this was really a ridiculous joke of someone. At that time, I imagined that I would punch the guest on the face because of his trick. Fortunately, my patience has paid off. The door opened slowly, but no one came out. Money was neatly arranged in the door slot. At this moment, I just remembered the note inside the app. I quickly picked up the money, carefully counted it, then put the pizza box with a charge in front of the door for the eccentric guest and wished them good appetite. After that, I went downstairs and started the car to drive away. As soon as I got back to the store to return my car in uniform, I received an evaluation message from the system. The eccentric guest rated my delivery at 5 stars. In addition, there was no other compliment. Day by day, I kept getting the same call from the same number all the time. The address not changed, and even the way of the deliveries the same as the first. At first I seemed uncomfortable because of the cold attitude of the customer, that he always left the money at the door, not even looking at me and greeting me just only one time, but gradually I felt familiar. For 4 days in a row I delivered this phone number and address, until the 5th time, as usual, I rushed over and did my duty. But looking up from the bottom, I was quite surprised that standing in front of the door was a large group of people talking quite loudly. I didn't think it's my client's house, but unexpectedly everything I didn't want to happen always happened to me. An intense stench came from the house the customer had ordered from. It was like the smell of a dead rat's body, mixed with the smell of stinking food. When I looked inside, I saw in the middle of the house the body of an old big man lying with the face down on the floor. Police quickly appeared and conducted a scene examination. They carried the body of this man on a gurney. It was swelled up, its stench unbearable, because the body was filled with muckworms inside. However, it was so weird that the 2 arms of the man were absolutely severed. The police began to rummage the house to see if there was anything abnormal inside. Another policeman examined the pocket of the man and took out an old cell phone. They searched the diary and called the nearest phone number. Unknowingly, the store phone in my pocket rang loudly. I looked at the people with bewildered eyes and met the suspicious eyes of the neighbors and the police. I didn't even remember what I said at that time, because in my mind it was too stressful, especially when I was listed as a suspect of a murder case and the body was the one who ordered food at my store. When the police announced the autopsy results, the man had died 5 days ago. It was also the first day I received a delivery order to this evil address. There was a lot of absurdity between myself and the police. How can a dead person order a pizza? However, because there was no evidence to accuse me of murder, I was soon released by the police during the period of investigation. I was not allowed to go anywhere from my locality during this time. Fortunately, people in the store trusted me, so no one took me as a real killer. Until one day, I received a letter from the police. They sent me an apology for misunderstanding me and wasting my time, as well as thanking me for cooperating with them to investigate the case. According to the first results, the man died of a heart attack. In the house, police also find a few of his medical records and a few bottles of heart attack medicine. But strangely, in his phone at that time, there was no number or contact information for relatives or anyone else. Police immediately proceeded to take testimony of neighbors living around the house. They said that the old man was an eccentric man. He lived alone in the moldy apartment and often locked himself in the house, not talking to anyone, and no one had ever seen his descendants visit him once. Occasionally, they also heard several voices coming from inside his home. I thought in my mind, maybe this man had multiple personalities, because I have heard people with this disease often have a bit of talking to their ego. The more I thought about it, the more I felt scared, especially when I thought of the person who ordered my pizza and asked me to deliver it to the house of a dead body. A few days later, I heard shocking news. After searching the man's apartment, the police discovered some strange small footprints appear inside, leading to the kitchen. Police also found a way leading into a perfectly covered small basement. In the basement, there was a big lack of light. The basement was also extremely humid and stinky. In the room, police found roughly a 13-year-old girl. She was discovered in a state of panic, severe traumatic trauma and frail physical condition due to long-term hunger. More terrifyingly, the police found many black bones in a corner of the basement. A shocking truth had been uncovered, that the man was a biological father. Since his wife left home, he had raised their daughter alone. This man did not allow her to leave the house. He said it was dangerous outside, strangers would harm her, and that only he loved her the most in the world. She was always locked inside that cellar. He only fed her, completely isolated her from the civilized world. Abusively, he sexually abused her. Each time she resisted or did something making him vexed, he immediately locked the girl into the basement. Until the day he had a heart attack and died. She opened up the cellar herself and went out. As soon as she came to the living room, she saw him lying there, so naive that she thought he was just sleeping. However, many days passed and he just laid there without talking or feeding her anymore. There are many scary things that I cannot explain. That after he died, the phone continued to order my store's pizza and also rated 5 stars as before. I thought it might have been because of the girl. Later on, because the phone ran out of battery, she couldn't order pizza anymore and ate the man. It's even more insane when I think it might be because the man's soul died suddenly, and he might think that he was alive and his soul was still doing the same job as when he was alive. But whatever the truth is, it was the most intimidating story I've ever seen in my delivery profession. Hello, I'm Egan. Perhaps all of us have a passion for football, but to me the ball is an unforgettable obsession. My family is Protestant, of course. I don't believe in evil, but my mind has changed since I had an incident in my last year of high school. From an early age, I have shown my athletic ability. Unlike other children, I enjoy playing underwater. That's why my parents signed me up for a swimming class. By the end of the elementary school, I mastered swimming. Of course, when I was in high school, although I was busier, I still didn't give up my passion. I joined a swimming club. To try my best, I also registered to compete in amateur competitions and luckily got some outstanding achievements. It can be said that I am a person who loves to challenge myself, so on a nice day I decided to pause swimming to switch to a new topic. With the permission of my parents, I joined Lion 2, a football club which was also quite famous in the school. Although I had to start everything at zero, I really liked that new feeling. I energetically asked my parents to buy me a super good pair of soccer shoes, but at the first training session I was allowed to sit on the bench and watch my team members play. Of course, the new shoes also did not step into any grass from the football field. I went home that day feeling very depressed. I remembered the feeling of being a star when I was at the swimming club. With football, I was nothing. But thanks to the encouragement of my family, I quickly regained my spirit. The enthusiasm to conquer my limits was arising again. At the second training session, luckily I was allowed to play and start being trained. It turned out that the new members were to sit on the bench to test their patience and will to learn, and that it was also an occasion to observe the old members and draw their own lessons. If I had given up the day before and not stayed to the team, I would probably be ashamed by now. At this training session, I began to realize I had a lot of limitations. Unlike swimming, training skills from childhood makes everything simpler. As for football, it was all new. When I watched the television, I thought the controlling ball was simple as spreading your arms and swimming, but the truth was, it was much harder. But instead of being bored and wanting to give up like the first day I came to the Lion 2, I was more determined to conquer it. After practice sessions with the team, I usually stayed another 2 hours to review what I had learned and left when it was already dark. At first there were a few new numbers eager to join in practice, but gradually they gave up and eventually I was alone. But it was still fine. Practicing soccer alone made me more free and comfortable because no one could see me. I always believed that I was definitely the last to leave. However, one day I realized I was not the only one. I saw a figure who was training as hard as me in the opposite field. I thought in my mind, should I ask him to play with me? But after a few seconds of observing his professional playing style, I immediately erased that intention, because I thought that my slowness would annoy him a lot. The weird thing was that whenever I stayed late, I would see him. The boy in the opposite field even practiced extremely hard and enthusiastically without a moment of rest. Although I had met him many times, I still could not see the face of him, because that corner was quite dark. I had no idea why he didn't go to a brighter place to play football. But that was not what I cared about. The only thing I paid attention to was the ability to control the ball of a friend on the opposite field. As a newcomer to the Lion 2 team, I was not really sure if the person was in my club or not, but I could assure you that he was a very potential striker. Although I did not dare to approach or start talking to him, I did not know when the friend in the opposite field became the motivation to help me conquer the round ball. I had to confess that I had secretly followed that person and later learned many tricks. Thanks to that, my skills were improved much more. Many seniors in the club were extremely surprised by my progress. Although we have seen each other many times, but it was not until the night of the 8th or the 9th on the football field that I really had my first interaction with that friend in the opposite field. That day when I was practicing, I accidentally kicked the ball hard and it flew to the opposite side of the football field. Then I saw the ball rolling towards him. He stopped. I did not dare to speak. And after 15 minutes, that weird friend started moving and went to the ball, picked it up and threw it to me. Somehow, his hand movements were very gentle, but the ball flew far away, over the high fence like kicking with his feet. I didn't really care about the weirdness. I hurriedly took my ball and thanked my friend at the opposite field, but the person didn't respond, coldly returning to continue his training. At that time, I simply thought that he must be eccentric, unapproachable. I put the ball in the bag and came back home because it was already dark. The next day, I practiced kicking the ball into the golf course, but my feet kept disobeying by kicking with the excess of strength. The ball continuously flew over the fence to the opposite field. Strangely, every time, the boy returned the ball to me without a complaint and of course didn't care at all about my thanks or hellos or goodbyes. That day, because the practice was too intense, it was not known at all hours. Luckily, I was near the entrance, so I figured it would be time to be locked up for the night. As I hurried up, cleaned up, I remembered my friend in the opposite field. Looking over, it turned out he was just like me, forgetting the closing time of the training ground. In order to repay his kindness, I immediately asked the security guard for 5 minutes more. So I walked towards that person. It seems that he also noticed that someone was approaching him and he stopped. Because he was standing in a light blocking position, so it was unable for a nearsighted person to see clearly from afar, I just relied on the shadow to follow the boy. But when I approached, I did not see the shadow of the person anymore. Looking over the side, I saw a ball rolling from the corner of the alley. A cold breeze from somewhere rushed and made the back of my spine unconsciously cool. I instinctively grabbed the rolling ball. As I hugged the ball, my head hit someone's chest. I did not expect this boy to have such a solid and tall body. However, that admiration was immediately suppressed when I looked upwards. I was startled when I found out the terrifying thing in front of me. The big man didn't have a head. Meanwhile, his body still moved like a normal person. He reached out his hand forward as if signaling me to give him the ball back. At this time, my body was trembling with fear. Sweat was drenched all over my shirt. My limbs were soft, teeth were clenched, trying to keep my mind as awake as possible. But as soon as he looked down, the calmness immediately reached its limit. The object in my hand right now was not a ball anymore, but a human head. Unable to suppress my emotions, I involuntarily let out a scream, then threw the head to the ground and my legs trembled backwards. But unfortunately, while I tried to escape, I stumbled on a barrier. The body that had lost all strength immediately fell down and lost consciousness after that. next morning I woke up on my beloved bed. It took me a week to get rid of my obsession and return to normal. And on the first day back to school, I was summoned by the police to testify for a case. It turned out, after the day I lost consciousness in the football field, the people who worked there smelled the stench. After searching, they discovered a body crammed under an old warehouse containing the equipment of the soccer field in a state of decapitation. It seemed that the corpse was of a male student my age. The perpetrator was charged when police gathered enough evidence at the scene as well as verification based on cameras around the area. According to the police investigation, the victim was a member of the Lion 2 team and the male student was killed by his own team member because of a personal conflict. That incident became my obsession. I couldn't continue playing football nor return to swimming, partly because of these terrible things I've encountered. And I'm also a senior. I need to focus on my studies anyway. Hi, today I will tell you my own story. It could be said that it was my obsession during my college years, and it took me a lot of time to overcome that dark memory. I even lost my best friend. One day, students in my college were suddenly spreading rumors about a video posted on private groups of the college. In the video, there was a second-year female student in a nude state changing in the women's toilet. That's not all. I saw below in the comment section that there were obscene vulgar words and not very good comments about the girl's body. As for me, a simple person who doesn't like to gossip, I really do not care about this video at all. Not even bothering to join those secret groups despite having been at college for 2 years. As usual, after the class ended, I went down to the cafeteria for lunch. While walking, I took a phone call from Vera, my best friend. Today, Vera also had a class at the college and we normally had lunch appointments at this time. Normally with my calls, Vera only takes about 5 seconds to pick up. But for some unknown reason, today I made 3 consecutive calls and still had not heard from Vera. Having a bad premonition, I hurriedly put my phone into my pocket and cycled straight to Vera's house. When I arrived, her mother said that since this morning Vera had locked herself in a room, refused to go to school, nor bothered to eat or drink, and her mom didn't know why. I asked permission for Vera's mother to come in, and then headed to my friend's room in bewilderment. The door was locked. There was no sound inside. I softly knocked on the door and called her. It took a long time for Vera to appear with a swollen face, messy hair. Seemingly she was crying. Seeing me, Vera hugged me in tears. I did not say nor ask anything because I knew letting her cry was the greatest comfort for her at that stage. After she calmed down, I asked my best friend about what happened. Vera wiped her tears away, sobbingly told me everything. It turned out that the victim in the toilet clip was Vera. She felt really hurt when her body was made fun of and talked about, and even insulted by all those people on the internet. Listening to her, my tears suddenly flowed. I hugged my friend tightly and comforted her. All afternoon I was with Vera, trying my best to persuade her to believe that everything will fall into oblivion and no one will even remember the video anymore. When talking to me, Vera's mood seemed to have stabilized. She also finished the glass of milk that her mother brought up. After Vera got better, I went back to school because I had 2 more classes left. I thought everything was fine, but unexpectedly, early in the morning, I suddenly received a call from Vera's house, announcing that Vera had taken sleeping pills to kill herself last night. She was severely depressed because of the video and the obscene comments about herself, so she eventually sought death to free herself. Her passing was a huge shock to her mother and me. After the death of my best friend, it took me more than a month to overcome my pain and stabilize my mood. I informed the college about what that pervert was doing, filming people, including the consequences he caused, but it seemed that the college still had no action to resolve this incident. And then, that disgusting thing happened to me. One afternoon, we had swimming lessons. After the class ended, the whole class stayed in the school pool until late at night to have fun and practice some more. So I came home that night at 7 o'clock, and it was about 9 p.m. when I remembered that I left my phone in the dressing room next to the pool. After the security's consent, I rushed to the dressing room next to the pool. It wouldn't have been anything special if I hadn't accidentally discovered a stranger hidden in the dressing area. I should have immediately gone back after I got the phone, but my tough-hearted nature forced me to look out for who it was. I gathered up my courage, carefully took each step silently, and tried not to make a sound. When I got closer, I saw a man in a black top who was stealthily putting the camera in the girls' changing room. My whole body was trembling, but still trying to keep calm, my hand holding my mouth, trying not to scream. Then carefully I hid under the stairs to avoid being detected. I have never felt so nervous and worried like in this moment. My heart was beating so fast, I could not even breathe. Holding the phone while non-stop trembling, I picked up the phone to take a photo of the pervert, but I forgot to turn off the sound of the phone. A click sounded. The pervert immediately discovered my presence. Oh, my mind was empty. I couldn't think anymore. I clumsily dropped the phone and ran away. Behind me, the black hooded pervert was also frantically chasing me, not giving me a chance to escape. When my strength became exhausted, when my legs were about to collapse from running, I was lucky to see a nearby storage warehouse, and I rushed inside and closed the door. Then gradually retreated to a corner of the old wet room, which was full of cockroaches, centipedes and spider webs. A dark space covered me, while outside was the sound of the door banging and cursing of the pervert. The fear had taken over my mind. All I could do was to sit still and pray. A moment later, all of a sudden, everything became silent. I thought that the bad guy had left. But unexpectedly, a loud noise rang, interrupting my thoughts. The pervert was using an axe to shatter the door. Seeing the sharp iron axe, I could no longer calm down. I panicked and shouted. But my scream could not stop the door from being gradually destroyed. I knew at that moment I had to be really alert so that I was able to find a solution. The luck again came to me. After looking around the old room, I found a ventilated hatch cover. After that, I lifted my body, opened the hatch and climbed inside. Though I did not know this tunnel would lead to somewhere, but this was my only and last hope. Because the tunnel was small, I had to move with both my arms and legs. used my best to crawl as quickly as possible in a dark and dusty hole. The fear and tightness made it impossible for me to breathe. But thinking about Vera, thinking about the people who were perverted by the bad guy, I gained the motivation to keep going forward. When I was able to move a bit, I heard from behind me something starting to make noises. It seemed that the pervert had found out and was chasing me through the hole. The closer the noise got, the fear in me grew bigger and bigger. Sweat drenched all over my shirt. My arms, my knees began to hurt, and there were some scratches and blood leaking out. Besides, my body gradually ran out of energy. The moment all of my willpower faded away in the dark tunnel, a light suddenly flashed. I took a deep breath, used the last remaining energy, quickly crawled to where the light was coming from. Fortunately, the end of the tunnel was the outside hall of the college. To be honest, at that time my body had no energy, but I tried to stay awake, trying to get up with my will and rush to run for help. After a while, the security guard and 2 convenience store staff members next to him followed my instructions, and the pervert was also arrested. The funny thing was that he was too fat and stuck in the ventilation tunnel. Otherwise, I couldn't know what would happen to me. After that, the police were present that took him to the police headquarters. At the police station, the pervert had confessed all of his depraved behavior, and the evidence that could never be more true for his crimes was the camera in the dressing room. When checking his personal computer, it contained all the data about the ill-fated victims and videos that had claimed Vera's life. After that horrible night, it took a long time for me psychologically to return to normal. But no matter what, that dark memory seemed to be an obsession throughout all my life. I'm Rowan. I've transferred to Wuhan, China, lived and worked in a technology company for more than 2 years. Currently, I live in an apartment located in the heart of the city. I'm the only foreigner living in the apartment. This led me to be afraid of talking with neighbors because of the language barrier. As you might know, the new strain of coronavirus originated from Wuhan before outbreaking as a global pandemic and threatening not only poor countries, but also powerful countries in the world. Especially in Europe, COVID-19 epidemic has grown uncontrollably and killed hundreds, thousands of lives. It was so unfortunate for me to live in the center of the pandemic. I tried to minimize the number of times going out of my home these days. The whole of my apartment building had to be isolated at home. One day, all of a sudden, I was forced to go to a centralized isolation area with many of my neighbors after the police arrested an elderly woman showing signs of the acute pneumonia epidemic. Her family lives on the 4th floor, which is 1 floor below my apartment. Just like many others, I was forced to temporarily quit my job at the company and quarantined at home. It was not good to live without income. It was even worse that we were in the high-risk group suspected of being infected by the epidemic. Unfortunately for us, the woman was sent for testing and concluded to be positive with the coronavirus a few days later. This news immediately alarmed all of the residents living in the apartment. It was also the time when the epidemic outbreak. Every day, data on people infected with the virus, people dying from the epidemic, and recommendations appeared everywhere on the newspapers and television channels. Ambulance sirens were loud all over the streets. The morgue had no room to accommodate. The funeral service had to be closed due to overload. Human life became extremely fragile. That made it possible for me and the other people in the suspect group to sleep. However, it didn't stop there. A few days later, I received more shocking news about the woman infected with the coronavirus. A man in the quarantine area said that he shared the elevator with that woman in the previous day. He and some people felt uncomfortable because of her impolite actions. She coughed and spit indiscriminately in public, but they were just keeping the discomfort in their hearts without saying it because they never thought that she was positive for coronavirus. Moreover, a few days ago when returning from work, some people happened to see the woman peeping at a door, holding the door handle while there was no intention of opening it. But everyone thought that maybe she went to the wrong room, so they just turned a blind eye. Some people in the quarantine area said that the police quickly went to the security building. According to the data extracted from the security cameras, the woman had committed very inhumane actions. Since she knew that she had signs of infection, she was in despair and came up with a plan to spread the disease to all the inhabitants of the apartment building because the wicked woman wanted that everyone must suffer the same pain and despair as herself. Every day she deliberately smeared her drool on the elevator dials, on the stairs, at the door handles of each household. Even when she knew she had signs of the disease, the woman was still acting completely normal, not wearing a mask nor the necessary equipment to protect other people. Seeing the actions of the evil woman on the security camera of the building, everyone was shivering. Worse, she was also the chef of the cafeteria below the apartment. While cooking, she deliberately disobeyed the kitchen's rules, not wearing the drop-proof mask as usual. Even in some corners of the camera, the woman was seen spitting on the food before serving the guests. Performing a sinful action, her face was still as cold as ice without any emotion. Hearing this information, all the residents who had stopped at the cafeteria of the apartment for a meal were horrified. Certainly some of them would be infected with the disease, I'm sure of it. At that time, residents of the apartment building and I were thrilled every day waiting for our test results. A number of people began to show symptoms like coughing, high fever and shortness of breath, but only a few of them were lucky enough to be referred for treatment because hospitals were overcrowded. In the centralized quarantine area, we had body temperature and health checks anytime and anywhere, regularly on 3 meals. But all of us wore a sad face. People were more aware of wearing medical masks and gloves. It could be said that the greatest motivation for us to gain more strength to overcome this crisis was the image of the doctors and nurses, the guardians who were with us every day. They also wore thick and hot protective suits, not to mention all of them had to work day and night, struggling to fight the disease. In spite of their tiredness, they were always happy and even encouraged us. Luckily, I was negative for the disease. After more than 1 month of isolation, I was allowed to go back home. It was a scary story I encountered a few months ago, and currently the epidemic in Wuhan was under control, but the situation seemed extremely tense in Europe and especially my hometown. It could be considered as an uncontrollable one. I would say that I was extremely worried about my relatives and friends in the UK. I was not really satisfied with their subjective attitude before. When the epidemic was raging in Wuhan, China, even when they were the first victims of infection in the UK, people did not change their attitudes and views. On the streets, no one was wearing masks. The shops were still crowded, people still embraced each other as if nothing had happened. In short, no one consciously protects himself from the threat of the disease. Even my parents and siblings were teased because of wearing masks and gloves when on the road. As you know, living in an environment with less pollution and smog, it's understandable that Europeans like us don't need and don't have the habit of wearing masks. Besides, people think that someone who wears a mask is sick or has health problems. and if you are not sick but wearing a mask will certainly be teased and ridiculed. No exception, I also used to have that idea, but since the coronavirus has grown into a pandemic, I've changed my mind, and at least I was aware of the importance of wearing a mask before things got worse. But unfortunately, most of the citizens in the UK do not wear masks. As the death toll rose to thousands, people began to rush to buy masks and hand sanitizers, leading to a serious shortage. I've never seen the Big Ben Tower or the Tower Bridge spanning across the Thames River that deserted. The hotels were also closed because there were no tourists. All were leveling off due to the epidemic. In hospitals, the corpses were laid close together in the morgue because there was not enough space for burial. The ambulance was noisy every day, and people have never been able to meet their loved ones one last time through a video call for only 5 minutes. More than anyone else at this moment in a faraway place, I was always hopeful that a miracle can happen. The disease will end, and I can return home.
My name is Peter. There was a horrifying story about the freaky strangers who broke into my house. And I think that I was blessed to survive and to be here telling you about that scary story. It was on a weekend of August 2019. I was watching TV and my sister was on the second floor studying for a final exam. While I was watching my favorite cartoon, suddenly there was a tremendous crash along with the sound of broken glass at the back of my house. I was startled. Then I left the couch. At the same time, my sister was walking down the stairs. Luna was curious about what was happening too. She made a signal with her finger, shh, telling me not to make a sound. Then she moved forward and I followed her. Both of us walked toward the back of the house. Luna was holding a baseball bat on her hand while I was reaching to get my favorite slingshot as a self-defense weapon of my own. I felt a little bit insecure, but at least my sister was a master of karate. Since there is a forest behind our house, we assumed that it might be the trees that knocked down by the wind that broke the glass. Or worse, it could possibly be a wild animal that attacked our house. As we were moving, the lights went out. Luna stepped back and pushed me down. Suddenly in the pitch of dark, there was a beam of light. Luna and I knew that it was the fridge, and that the light was from the fridge. As we moved closer, we saw a man devouring a gigot which had just taken out from the fridge. Luna and I gaped at the scene of blood trickling down from the gigot to all over his mouth and his hands. The light emitted from the fridge made his face look even more hideous. The lightning helped us to see his face clear. That was a man with untidy hair and a bushy beard. We almost barely breathed. But suddenly the lightning flashed outside. That freaky man turned around and he saw us. We stood there and were not able to utter a word. But right after that, he appeared to be scared and ran out of the house via the broken glass. I hurriedly called our neighbors for help while Luna dashed into the storehouse to fetch a shotgun. I made many phone calls, but no one received it. I was afraid whether my neighbors got killed. As I continued to make phone calls, hoping they may answer, there was a loud noise from the front of my house, followed by a power cut again. That must be someone breaking the front door to get in. Oh, being so scared, Luna grabbed my hand and dragged me fast to the basement. Then closed the lid of the basement right after that. Underneath the humid basement, Luna and I nestled against each other, eyes staring at the stairs of the basement, praying not to get caught by those freaky strangers. We did not dare to breathe hard. At first, I heard the footstep right above our heads, and then there were one or two more footsteps. It was not until then that I could figure out that there were more than 3 of them. I could not imagine how terrible it could be if they caught us. Suddenly, I heard voices emitted from the floor above, like a conversation between 2 of them, but in a language that I could not understand. I just assumed that one of them was speaking in French. The other one is speaking in the way as if he was an Asian. After that was the sound of breaking and rummaging. Being quiet for about 10 minutes, my fear seemed to grow. I whispered in Luna's ear that they might have gone, but Luna signaled me to stay here and wait. Suddenly, the lid of the basement shook violently, and then there was the sound of axe cutting the basement lid. Luna grabbed the shotgun and aimed at the lid. They had figured out that we were here. After that, there was a gunfire. Then we heard the sound of someone talking. I realized that it was Tom, our neighbor's voice. Then Luna and I breathed a sigh of relief. The lid was open, and he said, "Everything is all right." We happily ran and hugged him. Luna burst into tears because of fear. Later after that, I just knew that when John saw my missed phone calls, he sensed that something was wrong and something was happening, so he dashed to our house. Then he shot one of the strangers. The others had left for the forest, he said. The police conducted an examination around the area and told us they suspected 3 strangers might be the human traffickers that they had been hounding. Recently, police were taking action to take control of illegal immigration and human trafficking. Thus, there might be many people hiding in the forest. I was also told about the case of the migrants smuggling into the UK in a refrigerated truck container, and all of them died because of suffocation. That's such a tragic scene. I continued to look up for cases of illegal immigrations on the internet. Most of the migrants are the Asians. They could be murdered, beat, and left starving by the human traffickers. I wonder, when would human trafficking and illegal immigration end? I live in a village which lies by a small river in Scotland. Annually, a horse race is organized in the village, and those who meet a certain age requirement can participate in the competition. And the race has become a part of our tradition through the years. I had to remain patient until I was 18 years old in order to be a participant. My steed was Nicholas, a horse with flawless beauty consisting of a silver mane and long tail of pure white fur, iridescent, just like the hair of a fairy. But more importantly, he was the horse that I've raised since the age of 10. I had taken good care of him, looking forward to the day that I could finally ride him in the race for the first time of my life. Nicholas was a loyal friend to me, responding to none other than myself. It was on that day, race day, when I came to Nicholas, stroked his fur as I whispered in his ear, "We definitely have to win, Nick. I put my faith in you." He blinked his eyes, nodded his head just like he understood every single word that I was saying to him. I quickly took Nicholas to the racetrack.
Together with me were another 20 young riders my age attending the race. This race, to us, was not just a race, but also a mark of maturity for myself and my competitors. The winner of the race stood a chance of becoming the deputy mayor of the village. Our goal was to pick the miracle fruit inside the mysterious forest and return home before darkness fell. The mere thought of it gave me vigor and motivation to win this race. Nicholas and I stood side by side as the crowd cheered us on. All contestants had to be hyped up. The participants and their horses stood behind a barrier placed below the starting line. The sound of horses breathing anxiously added to the excitement. Then, as the barrier was removed, the race began, and we quickly got onto our horses, heading towards the forest, which was just a few kilometers away. However, unbeknownst to us, peril seemed to beckon in the distance. Nicholas and I got to the edge of the forest as fast as we could. Together we headed to the allocated area to reach the miracle tree, which was located in the middle of a lake. It was a large, deep lake surrounded by dense forest. In order to get to the middle of the lake, a ferry had to be taken, of which there was only one. As we moved closer to the edge of the forest, I suddenly heard a long howling sound that sent shivers up my spine. My horse started to behave strangely. Nicholas stopped and refused to move, with his hooves popping up constantly, scraping at the forest soil. His behavior was that of terror and fear. Seeing me standing like that, one of my rivals, who was on his way to the lake, laughed mockingly. His name was Mark, and he said, "Hey loser, are you scared now or what?" Having said that, Mark continued to laugh and made his way deeper into the forest. I quickly urged Nicholas to move and chase him down because I refused to give up in the middle of the race. Nicholas looked uncontrollable and uncomfortable, but after a while he continued to advance. I followed Mark into the forest. Mark suddenly stopped and walked to another white horse nearby. It was a horse with beautifully and magically shimmering white fur. Except for Nicholas, it was the most beautiful horse I had ever seen. Its beauty was mesmerizing as we were unable to take our eyes off her, but Nicholas didn't seem to appeal to it. As he kept on whining and jumping up in fear, making us move forward, that horse also didn't seem to respond to its own kind. At first, he howled in excitement as he found himself a beautiful white horse with such great strength. This horse outran myself and Nicholas, Mark still arrogantly laughing at me as they passed us. But soon his laughter turned to fear as he realized that there was something strange about the horse he rode. He wasn't able to control her and kept yelling at the horse to slow down. The horse started so fast that he seemed to be flying. Mark turned his head back and shouted, "Please help me! I can't slow down!" But the horse kept running faster and faster, making it impossible for me to catch up with him. The mysterious horse came to the shore of the lake, bringing Mark straight towards it. Meanwhile, I was shouting, "Mark, get off the horse, quickly!" But he seemed stuck to the horse and was unable to let go as the horse carried him into the lake.
I stopped paying attention to the tree in the middle of the lake and turned my attention to Mark instead. The horse went deeper and deeper into the middle of the lake as Mark was struggling, waving, trying to get off the horse. Then, both the horse and Mark suddenly disappeared under the water. A moment later, the horse emerged with a horrible, scary appearance, sharp teeth, black eyes filled with hatred. She wasn't a beautiful white horse anymore. Both her mane and skin turned dark. Her body was covered with algae and green moss in patches, looking extremely disgusting. It was like a corpse of a dead horse that had been laying in the lake for far too long. As the mare rose up, exposing her sharp teeth from the water, she made a horrifying sound. Suddenly, underneath the surface of the lake, it seemed like a giant creature whipped up its tail, creating massive waves. Mark was now struggling in the water, screaming and trying to stay head above water. I immediately got off my horse and went straight to the edge of the lake in order to help Mark. But to my horror, the beast then latched onto Mark in order to drag him down deeper into the lake. Mark seemed unable to free himself from the grasp of this beast, its sharp teeth sinking into him piece by piece as he was eventually swallowed whole in what seemed to be seconds. The lake turned red with Mark's blood. I screamed in panic, feeling paralyzed and unable to help. I was about to jump on Nicholas to run away as I came to witness many of the other competitors being dragged down by more of these nightmares, the same as Mark. There was not only one, but multiple of these human-eating monsters. The question was, why did no one in the village ever know about this? Under all the fear, I sensed confusion. I recalled hearing about the strange disappearance of people some time ago. They all apparently died at the hands of monsters called Kelpies, but there never seemed to be any evidence of this. I soon realized that this might be the reason for all the disappearances. The Kelpies seemed to turn into white horses to attract riders, which they then drowned and devoured. It was a terrifying revelation to digest. The 3 participants who witnessed this event ran away in fear. Finally, all who were left on the scene was myself and Nick, the mayor's son, who was standing beside me observing everything. He looked at me arrogantly, saying, "You should be dead too, loser." He smirked and looked at me as I was about to escape the area. Needless to say, I no longer cared about the purpose of this horse race anymore. The rest of the participants were all dead. Nick then approached me, tightly gripped me by the collar and dragged me to the shore, intending to throw me to the beasts. He punched and pushed me into the water. Filled with anger, I asked him, "Knew about this? Huh? Did you? Did you know that this was going to happen? I bet you did." Nick, without resentment, told me that he knew all about this, but wasn't stupid enough to warn any of the others. As I resurfaced, making my way out of the water, I shouted and viciously attacked him. Pulling him in with me, my anger fueled my aggression as I was beating him to a bloody pulp. He tried to get away, but I pulled him back in and pushed him even deeper into the lake. I quickly swam ashore, and as I turned around, I witnessed Nick being dragged down by one of the beasts. It devoured him, making sounds of terror as Nick was losing his grip on life. By now, the whole lake was stained in red blood, spreading all over its surface. I quickly got onto my horse and rushed back towards the village. There were just a few survivors left. Everyone looking at us with surprise and excitement, yet being totally unaware of what had just happened, seemed to be waiting for the others to return as the mayor angrily looked at me, his eyes filled with hatred and animosity. But what made me feel more disturbed and angry at that moment was the disgusting plan he had for us. Quickly, I decided to step onto the podium and told all the villagers that their loved ones were gone forever, to never return. All because of the lies and selfishness of our so-called honorable mayor. He had hidden the truth about the monsters in the lake, and the mysterious creatures that fed on humans. He never shared his truth to anybody but his own son, and many of us had died because of it. Knowing he had been exposed, the mayor fearfully fled into the forest from the angry and confused villagers. Since then, my village had banned people from entering the forbidden forest. However, since that day, I dreamt about being able to ride a Kelpie. In my heart, I truly believe that I can conquer this monster horse, and one day I will.